Hello everybody and welcome to the latest edition of From the Ink Up. I am Jaking and I am joined by Astro. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great today. What about you?
I'm doing great. I am very excited. I've been waiting for this for a bit and I'm very excited to see what we will get into on this first round here.
Yeah, it appears it's gonna be Octopi versus Trip Hazard. I'm actually really excited for this. I don't know who Trip Hazard is, so I'm really excited to see what comps they're gonna bring out.
Definitely, I'm very curious about this, and I'm also very curious especially about our round selection, which I believe our first round is going to be splat zones on a museum, which I am very excited to see.
Ooh.
Because museum is definitely a map that requires a lot of because of how big the zone is, you're gonna want to have weapons that can cover that ground. Also, it looks like the team's names are actually Big Bang and Big Man's Big Band. Our apologies.
Wrong team.
It's all good. It's all good. Ooh, we actually do see a mini Splatling coming out from, I believe that's Big Man's.
I'm a really big fan of Mini Splatling. I'm really excited to see how they're gonna play this game.
For sure, mini Splatling I definitely feel is a weapon that I want to see more of in the meta, especially with the recent hammer buff and the buff that it got in the most recent patch. So I definitely want to see if we will see that more. As we saw at the start, we already saw the Splatana trying to get very aggressive there. The machine is just staying right under the drop. Unfortunately, is going to get taken out by the Hydra. They were probably going to be able to get the pick, but the Hydra was just watching it so well, so they weren't able to get that, unfortunately.
It appears they're just trying to get another push in, and it appears that they're going to be able to take zone very quickly. Will they? Yep.
All right, we see the zone go over onto the side of Big Bang, but unfortunately, one does get taken out as the sloshing machine, Big Man's, is currently trying to push in right now. They do have a lot of specials. They're just trying to push the enemies back, but they're not really able to do that. They actually do get 2 down on Big Bang, so they are able to get the zone. But we do see, I believe that is the sloshing machine currently alive. The Splatana able to get the pick. They are just playing so aggressive on their little drop area, just playing so aggressive. The Heavy's trying to push in to cap the zone, but I believe they might get taken out here if they are not careful.
It appears that Bang actually might be able to get another push in. They popped hammer on zone, and they got 1 with it, and they got 2. Will they get a triple?
I don't think that was a triple, but they did very good at finding those crucial picks there. We do see the Viper is able to get 1, but unfortunately is traded out by the Hydra, I believe that was. In this comp, like, Big Man's Big Band has such good, like, range compared to Big Bang, because with that Hydra, they're able to stay at a lot of, like, farther areas without having to worry about putting themselves into line of sight. But at the same time, if you want to really try and make pushes or get those long-range coverages, you have to try and keep that Hydra alive.
Yeah, and sadly their hammer didn't work out, though I think they got 1 pick with it, if I saw that correctly.
I believe they did, and it seems like Bing Bang is still in the lead right now. The Splatana is just playing very aggressive here, just trying to ensure that they do not try any sort of flanks. We do see the hammer coming out. They're probably just waiting for one to drop or get the throw off. Unfortunately, they are not able to get a pick with the throw, but they are able to get a pick onto the Heavy there. The Splatling is just trying to cover. Ooh, Big Man's is actually able to take back the zone there.
Oh, it appears that they're pushing up on Bing Bang right now. I don't know. Yeah, they're not going to be able to defend that, sadly. Though, Big Man is getting a really nice push here.
Definitely. Ooh, very good double splat coming out from the Splatana there. The Splatana is being so aggressive right now. I thought they were going to get a pick there, but the Booyah is coming out. The Splatana is still being very aggressive. The machine does have a little bit of an advantage here, so if they're able to pincer them, the Splatana will get taken out. And just like that, the Splatana is taken out, but at the same time, Bing Bang, it is a 3v3, and they're going to have to do their best, but with that Hydra holding down the middle, it's going to be almost impossible for them to.
Yeah, and there's only 19 seconds left for Big Man right now. If they can keep this zone, they should be able to win this game.
Definitely, we did see the hammer coming out, and I was a little curious as to why we didn't see much of a hammer pop when the Splatana was chasing the Hydra in mid, but ultimately, Big Man's is able to take the lead back in their favor and take round 1.
Yeah. They have very interesting names. They rhyme. It's kind of hard.
They do rhyme. It's a bit of a tongue twister, so...
Yeah.
No, but it makes for some fun practice with trying to say team names. But yeah, very good play from both teams. I definitely was enjoying seeing like a double Splatling comp come out. And
Oh yeah,
especially like seeing
100%.
two different Splatanas as well, because I still love seeing Stamper play. I love Viper play. So seeing them both out, I like seeing how each can like contrast each other's play style.
Yeah, and Spartan is really good on that ledge, the drop on Museum. It works really well, especially like double Spartana. It is really hard to fight against. Also, I am so glad they use Mini. I absolutely love Mini. I'm a huge fan.
Mini, I definitely feel is very underrated. Like compared to something like a Wiper, you probably won't see it as like a main hammer weapon. But I feel like when it comes to turf coverage and maybe adding like more of a supportive hammer, like being able to get into like some certain distances, but also be able to take them out at the same time, I feel like it can work more in that role. But at the same time, with how aggressive Mini can play, who knows what we'll see.
Yeah. Like, I personally really like to play hyper aggro with it. It's very fun.
Definitely, especially back in Splatoon 2, that weapon was so much fun, especially if you could play hyper aggro, because the Kensa Mini, even though it didn't get played much, it was still one of my favorite kits, and I still very much enjoyed it. So I'm definitely curious to see like if we'll see anything new regarding the comps, especially as we get into our next map, which is going to be tower control on Flounder.
Oh. I will probably stick with the Splatoon this year. It can be pretty good when used correctly.
Definitely, Splatana, I feel like, is going to have a huge advantage here, but I also feel like they might see some machines, and as we say that, they do have, I believe Bing Bang is still sticking with the same comp, and we actually do say a Zimmy and a Nautilus. We do see the double Splatling comp still coming out. It makes sense because their name is Big Band, so they're bringing out the heavy weaponry.
Yeah.
Yeah, as we get into the start here, we see both of them just trying to take control of mid, just trying not to really push in or get too aggressive just yet, trying to feel out the playfield. But unfortunately, the Splatana does get a little aggressive, and that does lead to a two down situation on Big Man's side with only one going down on Bing Bang. So they do have a bit of an advantage here. That Splatling is going to have to try and get not necessarily aggressive, but is going to have to try and stick up into certain power positions in order to really like ensure that they can't push in. As we see there, 2 already going down, 3 going down.
Yeah, Heavy can be a very scary weapon on this map if it can be positioned correctly.
Yeah, especially with... Oh, my apologies.
That's fine. I was gonna say, and it looks like that Bing Bang is getting a really nice push up, and they're getting a lot of points, which is very good for them.
Definitely, we do see it's a bit of an even playing field. We saw it was a 2v2, but now it is a 2v1 with 2 pushing back. Unfortunately, 2 go down on Bing Bang with the Heavy Splatling still up. So if the Heavy Splatling is actually able to take this tower, they can provide a lot of heavy coverage here and just ensuring that they don't push in. But we do see this Splatter Shot trying to get aggressive, and the machine is coming in to support the Heavy. But unfortunately, they are taken out by the Zimmy. With the Zimmy could possibly get a pick here on the machine, but chooses to back out instead.
Yeah, Zimmy is a more supportive weapon, though it can be very good whenever it is able to play aggressively.
Yeah, it's definitely a weapon where you want to try and find a good balance between aggression, and we do see the Splatana trying to get very aggressive onto the Booyah here. Unfortunately, is taken out by it, but they were managed to break in the armor there and get it to panic pop, so I'm very curious to see how Big Band is going to try and come back here.
Yeah, it looks like they're getting up on the tower and setting up to push up into their base. It looks like Viper is pushing very aggressively, though I don't think they're going to live this, sadly. Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, they were in a bit of a bad spot, getting taken out. We do see one jumping. I believe they might have jumped spot. I believe they jumped to the wrong spot. Unfortunate takeout. Now it's a wipeout. Oh, wait, one was still in the tower. I didn't even notice that. Very good play from Bing Bang there, taking it 1-1 so far. So next round is going to decide the winner of the set. So very good play from both sides there.
I'm really excited to see this. I really love tiebreakers like this.
Definitely. I feel like this is going to be an interesting tiebreaker as well, because our next map is Rainmaker Sturgeon, which is going to be a very fun but interesting one at the same time.
Yeah, I feel like both comps will definitely both be very good on Sturgeon, so it's gonna... I feel like it'll definitely be a really long match, since they can combo each other very well.
Definitely. I feel like we're going to see a lot going on in the match. I feel like we still might see... I'm wondering if we'll see a swap off from the Nautilus and rather go like a Hydra or maybe even just a normal Heavy. Especially with a lot of the points on Sturgeon having a lot of snipe areas. So if you're able to take control of those with just any sort of backline, you could control a lot of the field, but at the same time, I wonder if your team will probably go with like similar comps to what they were running.
Yeah, I feel like the Hydra can definitely be seen, or at least a heavy. Though I do hope to see Mini again, which I think they would do, since Bubbler is very good on towered protecting it, especially on the choke point on the right side.
Yeah, I feel like we might see a Bubbler coming out, but I am very unsure what we might see because, you know, Rainmaker's a very mobile game mode, so I'm very curious to see if they might have one for like protection on checkpoints especially, but we'll have to see as we go ahead and get into the last game of the set. And we do see a heavy coming out again on Bing Bang, and we do actually see the Hydra coming out again on Big Band.
I also thought it was going to be tower control, my bad.
No, you're fine, you're fine.
I am really glad to see that V-Mini again, though. It is going to be really good on this map.
Definitely. I feel like V-Mini, just Mini in general, can do well on a lot of maps as long as you're able to like help give them space and work around them for your team. Because if you're able to just give them the advantages and get them into certain positions that allow them to like play aggressive, but also stick to their own like range, they can just absolutely dominate. So gotta be careful about that. And we do see Bing Bang trying to make a push here. Unfortunately, the Fatana was able to actually stop them from jumping or anything. So unfortunately, they were getting taken out. It's a 2v2 situation with Big Bang getting the pop, but unfortunately, 3 go down on Big Bang with 2 currently respawning on Bing Bang. So Big Bang, what happened there?
Oh, it was really unfortunate. They unluckily allowed the Wiper to flank, so the Wiper managed to get a really good amount of picks for them.
Definitely. The Viper's playing super aggressive right here. We do actually see the hammer coming out from Big Bang. Unfortunately, it actually, I believe, was able to find 1, but 2 were currently down on Big Bang. But unfortunately, the Viper on Bing Bang is playing so aggressive. We see the Hydra just trying to play up on Snipe, but unfortunately not able to get taken out by the hammer. So Bing Bang is going to have to try and do something here, especially about two people flanking.
Oh, really nice hammer double from the Mini, I think? No, that's the Wiper. They're gonna be able to get a really nice amount of points for this push right now. Let's see if they'll be able to... No, I don't think they're able to get on the pedestal. Oh, they fell off. That was really unlucky. Though they did manage to get lead, which was really good for them.
Yeah, it was a little unfortunate, but we do actually see 2 going down on Bing Bang with 1 respawning. I believe that's a machine. We do see the heavy. We do see the hammer getting very aggressive. Is able to get the trade onto the heavy, but Big Man does have the advantage here, but we do see the Hydra able to provide so much long-range coverage, but the machine is getting very aggressive here. We do see the Booyah coming out from the Hydra, trying to get that pop, and they actually do get the pop, but I don't believe they're going to try and push it here just yet.
Yeah, but sadly they won't be able to pick it up, but they are going to stall a bit just so that Bing Bang can't push up into mid.
Yeah, especially if you have a lead like this and you're not really able to get through the checkpoint, you got to make sure that they're not able to just get into mid. We do see this Platana getting very aggressive here. Are they going to be able to find the pick on the other? They are getting a double. 3 go down on Bing Bang with the heavy being the last one. Is this Platana going to be able to find the pick on the heavy here? I'm not sure, but I believe they might be able to as long as they just play it safe. The heavy's just trying to figure out where they are. They are actually able to get the pick on the heavy, but they're not choosing to push it just yet, trying to find that proper opening.
Yeah, that trouble is really good for the Wiper, allowing them to keep mid for as long as they possibly can.
Yeah, especially on a map like this, you gotta try and keep mid control, but we do see 1 actually able to just slip by and get the pick on the Mini, so 2 down on Big Bang, 1 down on Bing Bang. Bing Bang does have the man advantage here, so they're going to have to try and push in, but we do see the Booyah Bomb coming out. The the Rainmaker explosion is actually able to find 1, but we do see it's a 3v3 situation. They are grabbing the Rainmaker, but is the Hydra going to be able to find the pick? I believe they might be. Yes, they will. Unfortunately, the Rainmaker was not able to jump over, just due to the fact that it was painted.
Yeah, though if they are able to coordinate correctly, they'll definitely be able to get their lead back very quickly if they can get everyone on Big Man out of the game.
Definitely, but as we see here, we already see 2 going down on Big Bang with the Splatana respawning, but we actually do see the hammer coming out from the Mini on the side of Big Bang, and we do actually see a hammer fight, and the Splatana is going to win that, come out victorious, but Big Bang 3 are down, unfortunately. They're going to have to watch out for this T-Tag. Is the T-Tag going to be able to find the pick? Unfortunately not. They might be able to break the checkpoint here. So this could be a pretty even game with that checkpoint now broken for both sides.
Yeah, and as long as they can pick it up and move it just slightly, they'll definitely get lead immediately. Oh, the Wiper getting 2. That was very very nice triple from that Wiper, just barely able to secure that lead.
Yeah, I was a little curious on that because we saw 2 go down with I think 1 or 2 Wiper swipes, and I was like, whoa, that was a double, but very good triple coming out from the Wiper there. We did see them trying to get very aggressive, just pop the hammer, but unfortunately wasn't really able to do much. We do see Bing Bang just trying to come back, trying to get him out of here. Is the Slushing Machine going to be able to find the pick on the Hydra? Unfortunately not. The Hydra, it will get that trade to go down on Big Bang. So Bing Bang does have man advantage, but they're going to have to be careful, especially with the heavy, or not the heavies, the mini and the Hydra.
Aw, that was really unlucky.
Bit of an unlucky fall off, but Big Band is still holding the lead. They're gonna have to be careful. Ooh, the Wiper does get taken out by the Rainmaker shield, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So this might be the game for Big Band. And as I said, 2 go down with a bomb. Ooh, unfortunate, but Big Band does take that in their favor. So
yeah,
that was a very close game.
Yeah, that Wiper was a huge problem. They got really nice positions to hold their lead. That was a really nice game.
Oh, definitely. When it comes to games like this, it's so back and forth, especially if you're not watching flanks. If you gotta watch those flanks, you gotta make sure they're not gonna be able to push in, because if they are, they're gonna absolutely wreak havoc on your team. So you have to be careful about where they might be. But yeah, very well played from both teams. With that, Big Band does win the set 2-1. I apologize. The names are confusing.
Yeah.
But no, yeah, that was a lot of fun to say, especially with the team names. So very good job from both teams. So was very happy about that set. So I definitely am very curious to see what our next one will be bringing up. And I believe Hello, everybody, and welcome back to some more from the Ink Up. I am Jaking, and I am joined by Astro, and we are going to be getting in soon to our next match, which is going to be Wisps versus Soliloquy of the Stars.
And it's going to be on Clamblets Breadwater. That's going to be interesting. Wait, is that Clamblets? Or am I crazy?
Yes.
Okay, I said it right.
Yes, it is Clamblets. Brinewater is definitely like a very interesting map, especially when it comes to a mode like Clamblets, because like there's so much open space that as long as you're able to control it pretty well, it's basically going to cause havoc for the other team. So you just basically got to do what you can.
Yeah, it's going to be very easy to get lead on this map because of how close the basket is to mid, which has all the clams. So it's gonna be a very interesting game.
Yeah, with so many of the like clams being so close to mid, I'm definitely wondering if we'll actually see like if someone's able to get past on like some sort of flank, they can probably throw a lot of the clams off or try and gather them for themselves. I wonder what we'll see about that, especially if they can take them and just throw them over to their side as well. That way somebody respawning can probably like jump in or do something similar. So I'm curious to see, especially when it comes to comps, because of Rhinewater, I feel like we might see like last time we did see like things like the Hydra and Heavy, Mini. So I wonder if we'll see something like maybe Charger, but I know Explo is also really good on this map, but maybe not for Clamblets, so I'm curious.
It can be good if they know how to use it. Oh, and Bobboy and Octobrush and Tetras.
Ooh, this is definitely going to be very interesting. So on, I believe, yellow, that is the Wisps, and yep, on blue, that is Soliloquy of the Stars. As we see here, we actually do see a ballpoint and a brush coming out, which I am very excited to see. I love ballpoint. It was one of my favorite weapons back in Splatoon 2, so seeing it more is going to be very exciting, and we actually do see the brush on a very good flank angle right there. They are able to get the pick, they are luckily able to get the pick on, I believe that was the Gal there for a second, so that was very good.
Yeah, and because I'm very excited to see how the Tetris and Octobrush will coordinate. And if they can coordinate well, it'll be a very strong team.
Yeah, for sure. If they're able to coordinate very well, they're going to be able to just get so aggressive, just get in their face, not give them any room to breathe. But right now, we do actually see Soliloquy of the Stars already having a lot of mid control, so I'm curious to see what they're going to be doing here.
Octobrush getting a nice pick with Zipcaster, which is really good for them. Sadly traded.
Yeah, Soliloquy of the Stars unfortunately does have 3 down with the Gal and the Flings are currently respawning. I believe this could be the push that Wisp needs. I believe they are going to try and get it in. They are able to get it in. We do see the Jet providing so much cover fire right now. Are they going to be able to find a pick? I don't believe they are, but they are going to be able to get a safe landing, luckily. They're just trying to find clams. We do see the Reef Slaughter coming out, not able to find a pick, but is able to get a good amount of map control. And unfortunately, that might be the stop from the push there for Wisps. And so Soliloquy of the Stars will have the pity coming in, so they have to try and get this map control.
Being able to have control of the mid is one of the most important things for Brinewater. So if they're able to get control, they'll definitely be able to like set up a push very soon.
Yeah, they're definitely gonna have to do their best to try and set up a push right now. I feel like the thing is, Wisp is playing so aggressive because of their comp. Like, really, the only thing is like that ballpoint. They have so much coverage, but at the same time, they have like weapons that have so much mobility. Just Zipcaster, Reef Slider, dodge rolls. They have so much that it's so difficult to really find a good push when they're just playing so aggressive, especially if the Zipcaster is able to get behind you.
It looks like they're actually considering the push right now, though it's possible that it's going to fail, sadly, because the other team managed to have their specials in time. Oh, but they didn't actually manage to score.
Yeah, that's still a very good score. That does take a little bit of time off, and they actually are able to get at least one claim in. I wonder if we'll see if anybody try and get a little aggressive here, try and get one off. I don't believe that is, but the Tetra is getting very aggressive here. I wonder if they'll be able to pick him off on the flank. But we do see the Julie get very aggressive here. I don't believe they're going to get the pick, so they're going to fall back here. So very good play for them. They are saving that crab tank, because if they're able to combo that crab tank, maybe with missiles or even like kill a whale, I'm sorry. I feel like they can definitely do something here, but I do see Wisps getting very aggressive. They are able to get the basket, so Soliloquy of the Stars is in a little bit of a chokehold right now.
Yeah, and if the Tetris and Octopus can get up into their ramp, then they'll definitely be able to hold this push very well, which I sadly don't think will be happening.
Yeah, they did have a huge push there though, getting the score down to 25 with compared to Soliloquy currently having 77. They did get a wipeout though, so that is a little bit of an advantage there. But we do see them already currently respawning. We do see two crabs coming out at once. One trying to push in, one trying to play more aggressive. Or one trying to push in, one trying to play back a little bit, and we do see one of them throwing the clans back. Unfortunately, two go down on Soliloquy, one going down on Wisps. I don't believe Soliloquy is going to be able to get a push, especially with the Tetra playing so aggressive here.
Yeah, though the Tetris does go down, so it does give Soliloquy another chance to be able to push up again.
Yeah, they're going to have to try and find a way to push in, but with how Wisps is playing, they're going to have a very hard time doing it. And we already do see it's a 3v3 situation. The ballpoint providing so much cover fire right now. We do see them able to get back and grab that claim before it gets to before it disappears. So they do have that still to play around, but at the same time, Soliloquy just is having such a hard time trying to fight against how aggressive they're playing. But dude, two actually go down on Wisps, and they actually do have the crab coming out. I wonder if they're going to be able to take out the jet here with how they're playing. They are, but unfortunately, they accidentally go squid under the grades, causing them to fall. But they were able to use the crab to get some decent points in, so it's starting to become a much more even game now.
Yeah, that was really unfortunate. But they did get really nice picks on the Tetris and Octobrush. Those are definitely going to be their main targets for being able to get a push in.
Yeah, if they want to make a push in, they have to get them out of there. They have to try and stop them from getting into those choke points, stop them from getting onto the flank, because if they aren't, Wisp will continue to wreak havoc and keep this lead as they have been. The brush does get taken down, but unfortunately the dually does get taken down on the side of Soliloquy. I wonder if they'll be able to make a push, because they do have a clam still. But however, Wisp does still have their pities, so Soliloquy has to do something here. We do see the Reef Slider coming out, making sure that they can't get the clam. Are they going to be able to take it back? We do see the brush going down, and we actually do see missiles coming out. Everything is being thrown the way of Wisp. Are they going to be able to get the clam? I don't think they are, as time is slowly sinking down. Unfortunately, they are not. Unfortunate for Soliloquy, but they did have a very good push at the end. But Wisp just played that so well, able to play just enough defense to stall it out in time.
Yeah, they had a very nice aggro comp and very good special coordination to be able to hold their core and be able to push in so quickly. It was very nice to see.
Definitely. Like, something that I think that Wisp played so well is that even when they kept getting taken out, they were just trying to play to stall. Like, just because you keep going, just because your team is starting to go down, as long as you're able to play around them enough, distract them enough, stall them, you're already going to be able to win, because that's the more you tick that clock down, the more they're going to have to, the more they feel pressured, the more they're going to have to just go for it. But ultimately, Soliloquy did have a good push, but Wisp was playing that very well, just trying to stall it out in time, which did give them the win there.
It looks like the next match is going to be on Splatstone's Mako Mart, so I'm really excited to see what comps they're going to play. I really hope they did keep the Tetra Octobrush. I absolutely love that pair up.
Oh, I feel like Tetra Octobrush is going to work wonders here, especially using the Reef Slider to push in pretty heavily, with the Zipcaster being able to get onto a lot of getting onto a lot of flanks. But then again, it's not as vertical as a map like, say, Brine Water. It does have a lot of verticality, but at the same time, compared to Brine Water, you have a lot of ways to get onto the flank routes, where Mako, you have to essentially, try and be very sneaky, but at the same time, as long as you're able to get one pick, you can basically tear the whole team down as long as you get that crucial pick there.
I 100%. I really hope they also keep the ballpoint. I love ballpoint. I'm really glad that it's being used and caught more, at least from what I've seen.
Yeah, ballpoint is definitely a weapon. We saw a lot of it back in Splatoon 2, especially with the Nouveau kit, because, it had Beacon, it had Rain. It was a very good supportive backline, but it could also play decently aggressive, allowing your team to have those jump-ins. So I'm very curious to see what we will see going into our next match here. And as we see our comps, we do still see the same comp coming out from Wisp, but we actually do see a Zekafin coming out, along with a Tetra on Soliloquy, which they're running a double missile comp. I mean, not double missile, double strike comp right now.
Double strikes are really good on spot zones, so if they can coordinate that well, they'll definitely be able to hold zone for a very long time. Looks like 2 are immediately going down on Soliloquy, which is very unfortunate for them. And now 3. It's just a splash remaining. If they can jump out, then they'll be able to keep their crowd and be able to have that for the next push.
Definitely. Crab is something you're going to need here. Ooh, the Tetra, I believe they accidentally fell down. The other Tetra is using their reslider. Unfortunately, Soliloquy does get taken out, but the Tetra getting very aggressive here. They're just flying below that drop, trying to prevent them from jumping in, but we do see the brush get taken out on Wisps. Soliloquy has 3 specials right here. We do see the Crab coming out. Are they going to pop any of the strikes? Yes, they are. They're popping the Zekapin and the T-Tech. They're already trying to go full aggro, just take this zone back, and they are able to do that, luckily.
Yeah, Soliloquy getting a really nice double there. Looks like the machine is jumping out to get their special, so they can be prepared for the next push. It was a very nice push from Soliloquy. If they can get their specials, they can definitely hold this until they get lead.
Definitely. Soliloquy has to try and play counter special here. They're gonna have to get the specials up. They're gonna have to make sure that they're watching out for what they do. We do see the brush already popping the Zipcaster. I believe that was an accidental Zipcast getting accidentally going into the wrong area, but luckily the Zipcaster does run out in time to save them. Soliloquy was so close to taking the lead, but unfortunately Wisps does take it back with a 2-down situation with Tetra's currently respawning, but they do have 2 specials still, so they still have a way to push back soon.
And it looks like Soliloquy is using one of their strikes. If they can push up with this, then they'll be able to get zone back very easily.
Yeah, they will definitely, they do have the strike coming out, and they do actually have the reslider as well. This is going to be the point for them, luckily. So they do have a decent amount of a penalty, but as long as they're able to take that down and just stall Wisps enough, they can get that lead. They can get an easy lead there, but at the same time, Wisps plays so aggressive that they're having such a hard time really doing that.
And it looks like that Wisps got 1 down and they're setting up their Booyah Bomb. If they can push up enough, then they'll definitely be able to get Wisps out of the map.
Yeah, that was a very good push coming up from Wisps there. Using the Booyah Bomb on the Zekapin, trying to push them back, and using the reslider to really cap the point. That was a very good play from them, and we did see the Jet just providing some extra cover fire, but we do see one of the strikes coming out. Ooh, getting a little aggressive there. Unfortunately, the T-Tech does get taken out, but the zone is once again back in Soliloquy's hands. But they're going to have to be very careful here, but the Charger is playing very well, just using that wall to defend themselves, so.
And it looks like Wisp will just be holding down on mid. Oh, but the Tetra's going down. I think this might be it for Wisp for their push. Looks like Soliloquy is now pushing up and getting as much paint and specials as they can to keep that zone. They could probably get lead from this.
Yeah, they can most likely get lead from this. If Wisp is not able to do something, they're gonna get taken out. Ooh, the Tetra getting a little aggressive with the reslider. But I believe the lead will go into Soliloquy. Yes, it will. Choosing to hold the Booyah Bomb for just a second, trying to take down the point, get them into a position. This machine is able to find the pick on the T-Tech on left stack. But unfortunately, the Jet does get taken out by the Charger. Very good snipe from them. Soliloquy is trying to take the zone back into their hands. Wisp does have 2 down, unfortunately. 1 down on Soliloquy, but ultimately Soliloquy does have control of the zone, so they have to hold this man advantage. Is the Charger going to be able to find a pick here? I'm not sure, but they are able to push him back quickly.
This might be Soliloquy's win. As long as they can keep the consistent picks and keeping zone, they can definitely get this game for them.
Yeah, the one thing they're going to have to do is keep those consistent picks, watch out for the Tetras. Unfortunately, the Tetra is able to get a pick there, and we do see the Booyah coming out. Is this going to be the zone for Wisp? I believe it is. Yes, they will actually be able to take control back. But at the same time, they have a lot of a point gap, so they're going to have to do what they can, but we do see the reslider coming in, but unfortunately 2 go down to Soliloquy. Soliloquy is just falling 1 by 1. Wisp is getting so aggressive here. They're going to have to be careful. Very good snipe coming out from Glue there on Soliloquy. 3 go down on Wisp. This could be the lead that they need to lock down that point once and for all.
Glue's getting very nice and good picks for their team. This might hopefully be what allows them to win this match.
We already see 2 respawning currently on Wisp, the ballpoint and the machine, but right now Soliloquy has such good control. If this Charger is able to get into a lot of certain areas, they will be able to just prevent them from pushing back. We do see the reslider coming in, but it's not able to take the point. 3 go down on Wisp. Soliloquy might take this, and I believe that will be the game for them. Yes, game 2 goes to Soliloquy, and we are going to be seeing another game 3.
Yeah, that Charger taking those spots that they took was very good on their part. because like Charger, even if they don't hit shots, they can just scare the other team and push them back really far, which would be really nice when fighting a very aggressive team. Because if the aggressive team can't push up, then they can't really do anything.
Absolutely. Like, if you were playing aggressive, if you see somebody that has a charger, like, you're gonna have to respect the laser. Like, yeah, you can get aggressive, but at the same time, if you're at a distance, you're not able to reach them, you have to respect the laser. You gotta be able to just watch out for what they're doing, because if a charger is able to land their shots, your team is going to get evaporated.
And next game will be Tower Control and Undertow, which is going to be a very interesting match. They're definitely going to keep their backlines for this, since backline can be very good on this map. And we might even see an Expo if one of them actually do play that weapon.
Definitely. I wonder if we'll actually see an Expo. I feel like we might see some sort of bubble weapon coming out, especially when... I'm especially wondering if we'll see a Zimmy, because we did see it earlier, but I feel like we might see something like a Junior or maybe even a Roller. Or we might even see like something from Kraken come out, because despite the nerf, it's still very, very good. So if your team is able to play around the Kraken and is able to like stop the enemies from pushing it off, it can still be a menace. So very curious to see what we will see going in here.
Yeah, even if they don't have a bubble, I think just their comps would work very good for this, because Undertow, you can get a lot of points as long as you can play very aggressively, so I'm gonna guess Wisps is gonna stick to their aggro comp for this game.
Wisps is definitely playing a very, if it ain't broke, don't fix it type comp. Like, it's working for them. They are doing so good with it, playing so aggressive, working to their team strengths. So if it's working for them, I don't see any point in changing it. But at the same time, I wonder if we might see the ballpoint change into something else, like maybe a Hydra or a Heavy. Probably to use Wavebreaker, because of how small Eeltail is. You're going to be able to want to find, Undertow. My apologies. I thought it was Eeltail for some reason. But then again, Undertow does have a lot of like smaller and tighter areas, so being able to use something like Wavebreaker to really find out where everybody is and just create that pressure really prevents them from doing anything. So you gotta try and have map control.
Yeah, and I think can't pronounce their name. The other team, they're probably gonna stick with Firefin, since their Firefin has proven that they can get really nice positions and really nice picks, and if they can keep that, that'll be really good for them on Undertow.
Oh, for sure. Their charger was able to play so good there, being able to just find very crucial picks. So I'm very curious to see if they will keep that. I feel like with how they were playing, they most likely will. And as we get into our next game, we are going to see the constant. We do actually see a Hydra coming out as a little predicted, and we do see the charger once again. Both teams keeping a bit of similar comps, but Wisps is actually changing it up, swapping out the Tetra and Brush for a Gal and a Hydra here. Ooh, very good snipe already coming out from Soliloquy, able to get the pick on the Gal, so Soliloquy already has advantage here.
If they can get... Oh, the Charger getting a really nice flick on them. The Charger's really proving to the Wisps that they can definitely hold their own on that tower, which is very good for them.
Yeah, Glue, what were those snipes? do you care to explain what were those snipes? That was insane. Like, able to flick over to one and get another. That was very good for them. Blue is just holding down that tower. Wisp is just being dismantled right now. So, like, Soliloquy is definitely playing very aggressive. They're basically taking what Wisp did and just cranking it up to 11 here, because they are not giving them any chance to breathe. If they are not able to get Glue off this tower, Glue is able to get another pick, but the trap is just holding protection. This might be the game already for Soliloquy, and that will be the game in like 30 seconds to 45 seconds.
That was a very nice comeback for Soliloquy.
Soliloquy, gosh, that was insane. Like, Glue played so well with that charger, getting so many crucial picks. Like, I think they got basically like a triple at the start there. They got one, which was the Gal, and then as soon as they got on tower, they got two more. So those picks were so crucial for them. So very, very well played from them. I am very happy to see that. But yeah, that was definitely a very hype match, and I was very excited to see it, especially seeing more charger play. That's something I always enjoy seeing, because even though I tend to play a lot of frontline stuff, charger is still a very fun weapon to see. So definitely seeing a lot. I love seeing good charger play. It's always something very fun.
Yeah, it was one of my most used weapons in Splatoon 2. I really enjoyed it, and I absolutely love watching other people play it. It's really cool to see when they can hit their shots really well.
Definitely, if you're able to hit those shots, that charger is going to just absolutely wreak havoc on your team. So very well played from Glue there. But with that, we will go ahead and send this into another small break, but make sure to stick around as we will be back soon for some more from the Inca. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to some more from the Ink Up. I am J King, and I am joined by Astro. And as we get into our next round, we have a very special matchup. We have Frankton 2 versus Astro. Take it away. Yep, the next team we have is going to be Frankton 2 versus Yippee, which is going to be a very exciting match. I'm very curious about this because Yippee played. I believe I also helped commentate one of their previous matches. They were very fun to watch. So, and also I love their name. I love that name. So I'm very curious to see what we will be getting into here as we go ahead and take a look at our current map, which is going to be, our first map is going to be Rainmaker Hagglefish.
Oh, I absolutely love Rainmaker Hagglefish. And I think one of Yippee's players plays Range Blaster, so if they do have Range Blaster, it'll be very good on this map, and it'll be very interesting to see.
Yeah, I definitely feel like Range Blaster can be really good on a map like Hagglefish because there are a lot of areas that it can sit up on, especially like if you're on the tent areas, and you're able to find a lot of ways to just like protect yourself. Like, range is just, I love seeing more Blaster play. And like when somebody actually uses them like properly, I always love it. But I'm very curious to see. I feel like especially for Hagglefish, we might see something. Probably, if I had to guess, we might see a lot of backlines, especially like as we saw in some of the previous matches, like the Hydra. Heck, we might even see like a Zekaphen or an E-Leader here.
I really hope that they have a backline for this, or at least a Charger. I want more. I want to see more Charger gameplay.
Yeah, Charger gameplay is definitely going to be very exciting. I definitely think, like, while Zekaphen is insanely good, at the same time, I love seeing E-Leader play because it was one of my mains back in Splatoon 1, so seeing it a lot more is going to be very fun. But I feel like in terms of aggression, I feel like obviously we'll see weapons that are kind of expected, like Machine, we might see some Splash, but I want to see if we will see something like a Splash Neo as well, because those are also run a decent amount, but at the same time, T-Tech does kind of run that area essentially when it comes to aggressive missiles, so.
Yeah, though, I really do hope that we do see a Neo Splash, because it can be very good for Rainmaker if they can position their bombs and strikes well. So I really hope that there is someone who does that, or at least a Skirmisher. I obviously love Skirmishers on this map.
Yeah, Skirmisher is definitely going to be interesting. I feel like one weapon that I believe I saw in a previous from the Ink Up was actually a Nova, which I was very happy to see. Nova, I feel like it does have like some sort of place in the meta, but like at the same time, it's a very situational pick. Like if you're going for heavy support, that's like your weapon. But at the same time, you also have weapons that can do like a little bit better. But at the same time, I love seeing off meta picks. I love seeing things that just go crazy. So who knows?
Yeah, I am personally really hoping that they could have like maybe a Splatana, since Splatana can be very good on the ledges if they can ledge camp well.
Yeah, I feel like Splatana can also play very aggressive here because if you are able to like get the Rainmaker down, or like you take the pedestal first, you can easily get over to the other side, as I believe I saw that with a previous Splatana as well. Because they just jumped from the Rainmaker pedestal over to the other side and got like somebody with a hammer. So if they are able to properly use the hammer, they will be able to crush, especially on a map like this.
Maybe we'll even see some Booyah Bombs. Booyah Bombs can be really good for pushing up on Rainmaker.
I definitely feel like we might see some Booyah Bombs, especially like going to the whole backlines again, like especially with Hydra. Like, I feel like we want to be able to see that. They're going to be able to stop a lot of pushes on certain areas, but at the same time, even if it doesn't stop a push, it'll be able to halt it for a second. That way your team can, say, respawn or get into a certain position to actually stop the push. So I feel like we might see something like a Booyah or some sort of displacement. I feel like obviously we're going to see missiles, so
yeah,
definitely very interested to see what we will get here as we go ahead and get into our next match. And as we see from the comments, we actually do say, ooh, a Shrine Nouveau, and ooh, we see a Dead Zap!
Yeah!
We see a Dead Zap, we are going to see some soda!
Soda!
Alright, so on the side of Yippee, we actually do see an E-Leader coming out, and we do see a Splatana as well. I feel like Frank is going for a heavy aggressive comp because I believe this is actually a double tacticaler. But we already see 2 going down on Frankton with the Splatana getting taken out on Yippee. The T-Tech is trying to get very aggressive here, but are they going to be able to find a pick? They are able to find a pick, but unfortunately does go down with 2 down on Yippee. Frankton getting very aggressive here.
Oh, it looks like they're going to be able to set up a push very soon since they are able to pick up the Rainbow. The Rainbow sadly going down. They pushed it a bit too far ahead of their team, which is very unfortunate.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if they noticed the Splatana getting aggressive, just saying, come here!
Come
Good
here!
lord. The Splatana literally getting aggressive, is able to find a pick. I believe they were able to get 2 there, so that was very good on them. 2 go down on Frankton. I believe they're just trying to charge specials or get very aggressive here. They do take the lead. Are they going to be able to find the checkpoint? They are. T-Tech is getting very aggressive here. The Splatana is able to find the pick, trying to shred the shield here, but unfortunately running out of ink, but they do still get the shield down, so I'm very curious to see how Frankton is going to come back from this.
Yippee getting really nice points and really nice push there. They're doing a really good job with their weapons and their range.
Yeah, Frankton just has to try and take advantage here because their comp is built around being insanely aggressive. They have 2 tacticalers, they have weapons that have great mobility, so one of their benefits is having high aggression, so they have to try and use that to their advantage. As we saw there, we saw, I believe, 1 go down, bomb or strikes. I wasn't sure who, but the T-Tech was able to get a pick there. Unfortunately, 1 does go down, which is the try. Currently respawning now, but they do have a tacticaler. I believe they are going to go ahead and pop that, get a little bit of aggression and some speed there, but unfortunately the T-Tech does get taken down. The Sloppers trying to get very aggressive. They are able to find a pick, able to get 2, but they are going to basically go ahead and be immediately responding. Oh, I believe that was 1 taken out, but I believe we're having a little bit of what?
Splatoon!
Splatoon, you good?
Wow! What a great, well-made game. I'm, wow, so happy.
Ultimately,
and they're dabbing.
They know. They know. Frankton, I am unsure what happened there. We saw the Rainmaker right as they were about to dunk it. It just like stopped for a second, and it just made it look like I'll get it eventually, guys. Don't worry.
Yeah, I wonder.
I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened there.
I don't know. Though I know like when the Tri-Slosher died, their name was still there, and you could see like bubbles in the ink, like as if they were moving around in the ink.
Yeah, we saw them still moving, so I feel like that was the first indicator something was wrong, but regardless, very well played from both teams. I don't believe that match will count, however. I believe we're still trying to currently figure out what happened, but either way, I want to get into their comps real quick. They had a lot of different playstyles, but we did see the Splatana getting very aggressive at points, playing to that weapon strength, so...
Yeah, they did very good getting that push in. That was a very nice first push for Yippee.
Yeah, that was a very good first push, but at the same time, Frankton was like able to get very aggressive. They did have 2 tactical weapons, so I feel like if they played it like well, they could have probably done like a tactical cycle. Like one gets popped, wait for that to go down, the other gets popped while the other can charge, and constantly do like a cycle type of mechanic there to constantly keep them respawning, constantly keep the aggression and speed up. But I'm very curious to see if we might see the same comps come out, or if we will see something different change up, but I am not fully sure.
Yeah, though if we are not replaying it, it will be Cramblets on Scorch Gorge, which is one of my favorite map modes.
Yeah, Clamblet Scorch Gorge is going to be a very fun one to watch, in my opinion. Clamblet Scorch Gorge is one of my favorite maps. Like, Scorch Gorge in general is one of my favorite maps of Splatoon 3. I think I just love the overall design of it, and especially Clamblets. Like, I think one of my favorite things is being able to get like a backliner, especially up onto top mid. If you're able to get them up there and just like protect them, they are going to absolutely shred everything. So
yeah,
like, you basically just got to protect them at that point.
And I think that I'm really hoping that Frank does keep at least one of their coolers, because cooler can be very good for Cramblets. If you can get a jump in, and like if everyone else has like a ball and they can all get a soda, can immediately jump to the basket and get all 3 balls in.
Yeah. Yeah, if they're able to get the jump in, that's going to be huge for them, but at the same time, if they're not able to they have to try and get those areas to like jump in, but at the same time, if you're able to play aggressive and just get them like into certain positions, sometimes jumping isn't even required. Like maybe if you have a pity, that's definitely going to be a huge advantage as long as somebody is waiting back for it. But you got to be able to call that out. You got to be like, hey, we're trying to get a jump here. Stand here real quick.
Yeah.
But ultimately, I believe Frankton does take that map, and as we go ahead and move on to our next match, which is going to be the CB Scorch Gorge, we actually do see a bit of a comp swap from Frankton. We actually do still see a very similar comp, but we do actually see the Super Chump coming out on the side of the NZAP, so that's going to be very fun to see.
I absolutely love Chump. If they can coordinate their Chumps well, then it'll be very good for distracting and to be able to push up like immediately, which would be very good for the dualies.
Definitely, especially when it comes to dualies, like, even though they're able to, like, get in and dodge roll away, they still are susceptible to getting taken out, but the dualies is getting very aggressive. Trying to take... The dualies is still trying to get aggressive here. Unfortunately, it does get taken out by, I believe that was a Spatana. No, that was a machine. 2 go down on each side, actually. But Frankton is playing to their weapon strength, trying to get very aggressive here, but ultimately, Yippee is just preventing them from really pushing in, so...
Oh, and the leader getting a really nice co-battle, able to stop Frank's push and getting a triple. It was very nice shots from them.
Very nice shots coming out from the leader there. Yippee is already pushing up. They do have the wave breaker. They can probably put that in an area to just make sure to prevent those flanks, because the flanks are going to have to jump. They're going to have to, like, they can't really shark, because if they do, they're going to get taken out. And unfortunately, we do see the Autobomb is able to take out 1, 2 down on each side with the, I believe that was the NZAP currently respawn. No, the NZAP not currently respawning. I believe that was either the T-Tech or the Dualies. One of them was respawning, but we do see Yippee trying to pull back with the Clam, but unfortunately the Dualie is able to get that pick. I believe they're going to try and get the push here, but I'm not sure what they're going to do here.
It looks like, oh, very unlucky. I don't think they'll get that ball in. Yeah.
Ooh,
That
was very close, but that was very well played from Yippee, though. Like, they played that so well, making sure to stop anybody that was coming through. Soliloquy machine providing so much cover fire. Unfortunately, one does get taken out by the machine, but the machine, by the Tri-Slasher, but the Tri-Slasher does get taken down in exchange for the White Burst, so very good trade out there. Currently, it is a 3v4 with 1 currently respawning, so Yippee, like, they do have a lot of aggression here. That E-Leader is posting up into some very advantageous positions, but they're going to have to watch out because people are going to be sharking below. And as we say that, one does get taken out, which is the Tri-Slasher. We do see the Hammer coming out. The Hammer's not able to get the pick, but is able to destroy the Crab. I apologize. But so very good from them, but the Dualies, the Dualies is able to grab before it's even popped. Very good play from them. But the Dualies getting very aggressive. They have to watch that flank right now.
Yeah, it was sadly the flank didn't work. They did, like, make a good distraction to distract Yippee just for that small amount of time.
Definitely, like, especially in a mode like this, distraction is the name of the game. You want to make sure that, like, they don't have any time to push in. The problem with a map like Scorch Gorge is, though, like, the map is so heavy when it comes to, like, getting into a lot of stalemates. Like, yes, you can find a lot of pushes, but if they're not able to, like, really push back because of, like, how, like, many flank routes there are, because there aren't really that many. So Spatana was actually trying to get a pick there, but unfortunately they ran out of ink before they could, but they are getting aggressive with the Hammer. They are going to be able to find a pick. Are they going to be able to find the pick on the Zap? I don't believe so. 2 go down on each side, 3 go down on Yippee. The E-Leader does get taken out. This could be the push that Frankton needs.
This is a very interesting match. They are very back and forth with it. Hopefully Yippee will be able to stop that, and sadly they won't, though Frank got a really nice good amount of points and bringing it to 54. If they can just defend for the rest of the match, then they'll definitely be able to secure that win.
Yeah, they gotta play heavy defense here especially, but at the same time, Yippee knows how to play very aggressive and how to find those crucial picks. So at the same time, they have to try and either lock down that mid control, especially like if they're on top mid, but at the same time, I'm like curious to see what Yippee is gonna have to do to push in here, but at the same time, Frankton is getting very aggressive. 2 go down currently. They are able to get 2 clams in, get a wipeout onto Frankton, I believe that was. Yippee is just trying to get very aggressive here, so.
This could possibly be the push for Yippee, since they were able to get that wipeout. getting your entire team wiped out on campus is very dangerous because that will allow the other team to set up a push very easily and quickly if they can get their specials.
Ooh, Splash has to be very careful here. They unfortunately did have a flank coming up. Unfortunately, 3 go down on Yippee. Frankton, they currently have 30 seconds left. They're going to have to be careful. Oh, the hammer is coming in. Are they going to be able to find a pick? They are able to find a pick. However, they are able to respawn insanely fast. The Stamp is getting very aggressive here. Not able to find a pick with the hammer throw. Yippee has to try and find a push here. I don't believe Frankton has a clam that they can really stall with. As soon as I say that, they get a clam. But unfortunately, they get taken out right as they grab the clam. Are they going to be able to find a pick? They are. They go down on Frankton. Yippee has to try and make a push here and grab that clam.
Really, as long as they can get, like, all the clams on the map, they can definitely get that lead. Though, I don't think it is possible since Frank got all the maps, like, all the clams on the map. So that this might be it for Yippee.
Yeah, unfortunately, they were trying to go for the clam, but unfortunately, the Dualies is playing great defense here. Is the Dualie going to be able to find the pick onto the clam holder?
Yeah.
They are, and Frankton does take that game 2-0 over Yippee, but very well played from both sides, though.
That was a very fun match to watch because of how even they were and how well they were able to defend every time the team tried to push up.
Definitely. Like, that's the thing about Clan Blitz. Like, yeah, each team can play aggressive, but as soon as you get that lead, if you can play hard defense, good luck even trying to get the lead there, because at that point, like, what are you really going to do? If the team is playing such good defense, being able to get into the certain position and pop the specials, just really just halt the push, it's so difficult.
Yeah, coordination is, like, the most important thing for that, though sadly, they kept getting flanked. And were not able to stop it, so they sadly messed up their pushes, which is very unfortunate.
Yeah, that's definitely an unfortunate thing. When it comes to this game, you gotta be able to watch those flanks, especially with weapons that play super aggressive. So, unfortunately, both teams did play very well, but Frankton does take the win 2-0, so very well played from them. And Yippee, you guys did amazing. I still love your name, though. But yeah, as we say that, we are going to be go ahead and take another small break as we go ahead and get into the first round of top 16, which will then lead into top 8. So make sure to stick around. We will see you guys very soon. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to some more from the Ink Up. We apologize greatly for that wait, but we are back starting our top 16. I am Jaking, and I am joined once again by Astro, and we are going to be getting into our next match, which is going to be Fasalia versus Ink Drinkers.
The next match will actually. Oh wait, what are the maps for this? Smile. Oops.
No, you're fine. All right, so our first match is actually going to be on Tower Control Sturgeon.
Alright. I'm really hoping to see more backlines on here. I really enjoy backline.
Definitely, Sturgeon is a fun map, especially when you're playing on Tower Control. Backlines can make the game insanely fun to watch, especially as we saw in one of our previous Tower Control matches, which was in round 2, which was Tower Control Undertow. Watching a good charger like be able to hit their shots and just like ride tower, god, that stuff is so satisfying. So
Yeah.
I feel like I want to know if we'll see another charger, but I feel like we might also see something like a Hydra or something similar.
I really want to see an X-Blosher. It's my favorite backline.
I very much would like to see X-Blosher, but I've noticed that one of the main maps that it's used on is Brine Water, especially when it's a mode like Zones. Because like,
Expo could be good on like any map mode if you know how to angle your shots right. So.
Oh, definitely. I'm just saying, like, I have primarily seen Expo used a lot on Brine Water just because of how flat it is.
Yeah. You can also like, the zone in 2 shots, so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you have a good Expo on your team, they're going to be able to cap the point. So
yeah,
if you see a good Expo, run.
Yeah. I'm really hoping that at least one of these teams have a very aggro or dive comp, because aggro can be really good on this map as well, even without a backline.
Oh, for sure. Especially when you're playing tower control, having that aggression is going to be like something that I think will help. One weapon I would like to see more of that we haven't seen yet is I would actually like to see some rapid, especially rapid deco. Especially with it having like torpedo and jet, like that is a very strong combination. So
yeah,
I would love to see more of that, especially.
Yeah, maybe we'll even see a trip to bench comp for tower control. That'd be really cool.
Yeah, like tower control, like yes, you're supposed to ride the tower, but you have to have a lot of advantage as well. You got to be able to play around the map. You got to be able to play around tower. So if you don't have a good comp that helps with that control, it's gonna be a little bit of trouble. I feel like we might also. I'm wondering if we'll also see some Kraken or some Bubble, because I don't really think we've seen that just yet. But I would very much like to see it. I think we saw a Zimmy previously, but I don't think we saw much Bubble. So I'm very curious to see what we'll see here.
I'm honestly surprised I haven't seen a Kraken yet. Kraken can be so good if coordinated well.
Oh, for sure. I'm very surprised we haven't seen a Kraken yet. But at the same time, it's kind of nice seeing a lot of off meta picks, because. You know, sometimes it's fun to see, like, just a lot of different weapons played. Like, even if they're not seen as, like, meta, it's still fun to see, and I love seeing, like, teams experiment. So, I am very curious to see if we'll see any weapons like that, but we will see as we will be going ahead and getting into our first map here, and let's go ahead and take a look at the comps.
Ooh, leader and Gluga dualies.
Ooh, we see a Gluga dualie. Hey, we see the Explo. All right.
Ooh, QR.
This is definitely going to be a very interesting match. I'm very excited to see the Glugas, especially. I feel like Glugas can be a super strong weapon if they're played right. And we unfortunately do see 1 go down already, 2 go down already on Fasalia. This Katana is getting into a very bad position.
Oh my god.
And the machine is able to get 3 there on the side of Ink Drinkers, so very well played from them. They're already taking the advantage here.
Yeah, they got a really good, very like beginning triple in there. That was really good.
Yeah, that beginning triple is definitely something that helps get a really good push in, because they're already, oh my gosh, they're pushing it so far. 2 go down once again on Fasalia. Ink Drinker is just holding the advantage here. 3 go down on Fasalia. They are just preventing them from pushing in. They are just adding so much pressure. We see the splash getting so aggressive here. Unfortunately, it does get taken out, but at the same time, they have the Booyah to provide support. The Elir is on tower. They are able to get a snipe. 3 go down on Ink Drinkers. Are they going to be able to continue running the tower? Unfortunately, not. 1 does get taken down, and that is a stop. So This could be the advantage that they can.
Yeah, that was a really good first push from them. That was a really good job. As long as you can defend, they can definitely keep that win.
Yeah, literally all they need to do is play defense here. Like, yeah, it would be good to try and get the knockout at the same time. They're going to have to go so aggressive here. They're going to have to break through the checkpoint. So, like, literally you can just play heavy defense and just prevent them from doing it.
Yeah. Oh, it looks like they're immediately getting 2 down. They might honestly be able to take mid back very soon if they are able to push up.
Definitely, but we do see Fasalia playing very aggressive here at the same time. They're trying to make sure that they don't really get any sort of push in, but we do actually see the Expo just running tower, just trying to stay on, but they are going to be pushing back as 3 go down on Fasalia. Ink Drinker is just doing a very good job at making sure they are not able to get any sort of push. They're just giving them no room to breathe. This E-Leader is also playing insanely well. Like, they've gotten some crucial snipes, so... Like, if they are able to keep this E-Leader alive, Fasalia is going to get absolutely shredded.
I 100%. They're coordinating very well. Oh, and machine going down to the air bomb. Machine pushing up. Oh, the double?
Is the machine able to find another? It is able to get the assist. Are they going to be able to find the splat on the Zipcaster? They are not able to get the splat, but they are able to get the assist. We do see the Booyah coming out. E-Leader is just holding the tower. Is that going to be it? Yep. It is. Fasalia. Yeah. I mean, Fasalia. Ink Triggers already takes game 1 of the set. Good lord.
The coordination is very good. They're able to push up very nicely.
Oh, absolutely. They're like... They are playing very aggressive. They're playing to their advantage. They know that they have an aggressive comp, and they can play around it so well. Like, I think, especially think those Glugas and the Machine were going very crazy, especially the Machine. Like, they were getting into so many positions to just prevent Fasalia from really pushing in. So, very well played from them.
Yeah, they were coordinating very well together. One was distracting, one was getting the kills. It was very nice.
Definitely, I think one of the things as well is that we saw the specials actually be staggered a lot of times. Like, we saw one come out, they wait a few seconds, they throw another one out. If you're able to constantly get, like, the special cycle like that, it can cause havoc, and it's just provides so much coverage for your team. And if you're able to stagger the specials and really make sure that the enemy is just having such a hard time pushing in.
Yeah, 100%. And what's the next map mode?
The next map is going to be Rainmaker on Eeltail.
Ooh. That'll be really good for Ink if they keep their End Splash. End Splash is very powerful on this map because of the bridges and them being able to put their strikes anywhere and can get anyone above and under the bridge.
Definitely. If they're able to take control of that bridge, I especially think if they're able to get like their E-Leader up onto like bridge, good lord, they will be able to prevent Fasalia from pushing in. So Ink Drinkers, if they play around their aggressive comp once again, they will be able to just absolutely take this game. But Rainmaker, then again, it is a very back and forth game. And if you're not able to break through the checkpoint so easily, it's going to be a very difficult time for both sides. Because at that point, it's just a giant stalemate and it's playing heavy defense. So if you want to try and make any sort of push, you have to get through that barrier.
Yeah. I also do hope they keep their Expo. I just want to see more Expo gameplay, and I think it's very good on Rainmaker, especially. And it can be very good on Ito if they're able to position themselves correctly.
Oh, for sure. I definitely think like bringing in the Expo would be beneficial. I think especially that rain, because you'd be able to cover certain ground. Plus, if you're able to like arc your shots properly, you could definitely cover a lot of ground and make sure the Rainmaker doesn't really have any space to move, which essentially just traps them to where they're going to have to push through the ink, fall back, or eventually get pinched. So when it comes to this, I'm very curious to see what we will see, but I wonder if Ink Drinkers will come up with that same aggression as we go ahead and get into our next match.
Yeah. Expo's also very good for pushing up because it can help with like controlling the enemy bridge to be able to get up to the pedestal. And they do keep it. I'm very glad. And now they have a Wiper instead of Machine, so that's gonna be really cool to see.
Definitely, they do trade out the Machine for the Wiper, but at the same time, it makes sense because Wiper is insanely good on Rainmaker. It can shred the shield very heavily, and if you're also able to play around the hammer and so much more, you're able to get a lot of advantage. But as you see there, one does, I believe that was a trade, but luckily it is a 3v3 situation. 2 go down already on Ink Drinkers. The Expo is providing so much coverage, same with the Crab Tank. They have so much chip damage here, which is going to be a huge benefit to Fasalia.
100%. If they can, like, coordinate well, they can definitely get a lot of picks and be able to hold Ink back very far.
Definitely, but E-Leader, they were able to get the shot off, but unfortunately they were able to get the checkpoint, so this is going to be huge. We see the hammer getting very aggressive. John is not able to take out the E-Leader, but is still getting very aggressive. 2 go down on Ink Drinkers. Fasalia does currently have 3 up. They're going to have to get very aggressive here. The E-Leader does get taken out, unfortunately. Fasalia is just coming back with a whole new mindset. They're going full-on aggro right now.
Yeah, they're getting really nice pushes and getting really nice picks to be able to get as many points as they can right now. Oh, but it looks like their push might be ending here. And this might be it.
Even then, even if this is the end of the push, they still had a very good lead. They were able to break that. They were able to break through the checkpoint. So like, they already have a huge advantage compared to Ink Drinkers. So
yeah, 100%.
I'm very curious to see what will happen here. But we do see the Crab is able to pick off one, which is the Wiper. Wiper going down definitely can put a bit of a damper in things because they can play very aggressive. Ooh, the Splash is playing so aggressive here. Very good pick from Seth there. Like, Fasalia is basically taking Ink Drinker style and saying, hey, how would you like it if it happened to you?
Yeah, they're pushing up very well and coordinating to fight their comp very well. They're doing a very good job on this.
Definitely. That was a bit of an unfortunate splat there with the machine getting taken up by the bomb, but they were able to take somebody as well. So regardless, they were able to like stop one of their specials from getting charged up so much. So they did get a little bit of an advantage there, but we do see Ink Drinker is trying to get a bit of advantage. They are able to get two with the hammer with the drive-by smack. Very good play. Are they going to be able to get the barrier here? We will see.
This is a very nice back and forth game. This is very exciting.
Oh, definitely. I love back and forth games like this. Oh, I love it.
Yeah.
It seems that 2 are currently down on Ink Drinkers. They're going to have to try and watch out because the Splash is getting very aggressive here. Is the Expo going to be able to find the pick? How is the Splash not dead? Okay. The Splash is taken out because I'm sorry. Was that like 2 direct shots or something? I don't know what I saw, but I don't know how he was living, but he was.
Yeah,
but,
they got indirects.
Yeah, 3 go down on the side of Ink Drinkers. Fasalia, this is going to be the push they need to get this Rainmaker out of here. While they did break the barrier, at the same time, they have such a huge lead, and Ink Drinkers has to try and find a way to get around that. But at the same time, Fasalia is just playing so aggressive here. The Spatana is getting very aggressive. Are going to be able to pick out. Ooh, one is actually able to take. One is getting taken out. What the Glugas is the Spatana going to get taken out? The Spatana is taken out by the Rainmaker. Fasalia, what are you doing now?
This might be it to get even bigger lead because taking out their main Slayers is very important. Sadly, they got stuck behind. Because their Slayers had QR, they managed to get back in very quickly to stop their push.
Yeah, especially when it comes to a weapon like this Katana or like, even though we don't see it like Tetris, you will see weapons like that run a lot of like quick respawn because, or as like, as me and my teammates said, we call it the zombie build. Like, you're gonna keep coming back to life. Like,
yeah.
If you're able to play around that so well, get your Slayers in there, but like at the same time, even if they don't get any picks, as long as they're creating space, they're still doing something. But we do see the hammer is actually able to find one here, is able to get the spot on this Platana, but 2 go down on the side of Ink Drinkers with 1 respawning. I believe that was the Glugas, but Ink Drinkers had to try and stop this push, but Fasalia is just not letting up. They're just trying to keep control. We already see one trying to stay on top of Bridge, and all of them just controlling mid, so.
Oh, very unfortunate. They sadly lost their winner. This might possibly be it for Ink Drinkers if they can, if Fasalia can keep their mid and keep their Rainmaker in.
Fasalia is just playing so aggressive here. 2 are already down on Ink Drinkers. Ink Drinkers has to find a way to push in. There's only like 30 seconds left in the match, currently 25. We do see Sep getting very aggressive. They are able to find a good pick onto the Glugas there, watching out for the bomb. We do see another suction bomb. Are they going to be able to find a pick here? I'm not sure, but they are backing out. Fasalia is just holding on to that Rainmaker because if they keep this Rainmaker alive, they can do anything. 2 are able to get taken out by the Flash. Is the Rainmaker is still alive, able to survive.
Oh my god.
From the hammer, but they are taken out. 2 down on Fasalia. Ink Drinkers has to try and pop and just go here, but Fasalia is going to be respawning at the same time. We do see one getting very aggressive. They are able to get out from the Rainmaker, so is Fasalia going to be able to stop this, or is Ink Drinkers going to be able to get the win?
Alright, this might be it. They don't see the touch, they don't see the Wiper. Oh, that was really unfortunate. That was a very nice game to watch. They were very back and forth with that. Fasalia did a really good comeback for pulling and defending and playing very aggressively this match.
Absolutely. Fasalia did such a good job there. Like, they essentially took what Ink Drinkers did on their first match and turned it on them just going full on aggro, being so aggressive, finding those picks, making sure they can't push in. They did so well on that game. So very well played from Fasalia there.
Yeah, they did really good. And what's the next match going to be?
Let me take a look. So our final match, which we are luckily going to be seeing at Game 3, is an interesting one. It is Clan Blitz Umami.
Ooh, I absolutely love Clan Blitz Umami. I really am hoping that they're going to keep the Glugas with some other support skirmisher, not support, Slayer skirmisher, and maybe to see the Expo again, because Expo, it can be really good on controlling the enemy snipe because it can arc their shots around behind it and get the leader off of that area.
Definitely, Umami is definitely a very interesting map. It is a very fun map, but it's very interesting with a lot of like different routes to it. I feel like if they are able to take up top mid, they will already have a huge advantage there. What did I say the mode was? It is Columbus. Okay. Yeah, so if they're able to take up control onto the middle area, that's already going to give a huge advantage, especially if they're able to get like their backline in. But at the same time, both teams are playing very aggressive, but I feel like Fasalia is still going to bring out that aggressive like composition that they had against Ink Drinkers. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure if Ink Drinkers might swap up their comp, maybe go for like something more defensive or like more like even more aggressive. Like maybe we'll see things like Splatana, Tetra, Machine, Splash. We might see something like that, but at the same time, they can go something that's like a total counter to them. So like, it's going to be very interesting because there's a lot on the line for this. They want to try and get in the top 8. So both teams are going to be playing out of their mind here.
Yeah, also, if they do keep it Exo, Rain will be very good when holding their enemy basket because of how small the area is. Rain should be able to like fill up the area, like basically the entire thing, and will be very good for supporting their Slayers on the team.
Definitely. You always, especially like with Slayers like Splatanas or like T-Tex or anything, you want to try and keep them alive. They are going to be the one getting those crucial picks, but at the same time, as long as you have your teammates supporting you, you are going to be able to absolutely crush the other team. So like, I'm very curious to see what we'll see getting in here. But as we go ahead and see our comps, let's take a look and see if anything changes. We do see the Hydra coming out from Ink Drinkers, keeping a very similar comp. Are we going to see the same comp? Yes, we do see the same comp coming out from Fasalia. Fasalia is living by the phrase, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They are keeping their comp the same because it has been working so well for them. That Explo is providing so much coverage, like ensuring that they have a ton of map control. As you can see there, they're able to just lob shots over onto the other side of top mid, making sure that they aren't able to get up. And as we see, they're also able to do things like that to the Hydra.
Ooh! That was a very nice pick.
They already a full wipe onto Ink Drinkers. Fasalia is just turning this game on its head, taking what Ink Drinkers did and turning it to their own playstyle. We do see this Splatana getting very aggressive. They are able to find a pick onto the Hydra, but unfortunately they do get taken out. We do see the hammer coming and trying to stop the push. Are they going to be able to find the pick? I don't believe they are. They are not able to find the pick. The machine is still alive. I don't believe they're going to be able to get any more clams, however.
No, even if they aren't able to keep it alive for that long, they still did really good. They're still managing to keep their snipe in their core, which is actually very good. Sadly, their Expo going down, 2 going down. This is definitely it for Fasalia, but if they can coordinate and get their specials, they can definitely get a hold of mid very soon.
Yeah, Ink Drinkers has to try and turn this around. They have to get aggressive. We do see 2 going down the scam. Those were some very crucial picks, but at the same time, you have to try and get the splash out of here. You got to try and get the scamper out of here. They're playing so aggressive, especially the scamper with the zip caster. If you're not able to get them out of there, they're going to wreak havoc on your team. But they do have 2 clams currently. Are they going to be able to stop them before they grab the clam? I don't believe they are. They do get the clam in, but I don't think they have any more to support it with.
Oh, that was very unlucky for Ink Drinkers. Wait, oh, they got the lead. Oh, they got a wipeout. This might be... They could possibly KO here if they can get enough clams in time.
They have to try and get enough clams in time, though, but at the same time, like, the clams are still respawning. If Fasalia place is so bright, they can stop them, but they have to try and get them all off on this, on, like, the snipe area, because if they aren't, it's going to be huge, especially with the Hydra just constantly supporting it. If they're not able to get the Hydra out of there, they're going to wreak havoc. But it seems like they are able to get the Hydra out. Fasalia has to try and get map control, has to try and gather those clams, and just get even more aggressive because they are currently 20 points down with a very big penalty too.
Yeah, as long as they can coordinate. Oh, their Stamper's probably going down. This might be where Ink can push up if they can get the pitch. So sadly, I don't think that is going to happen. Their machine is pressuring their backline and going down to the stamp, which is very bad for them.
Yeah, the stamp does go down. The stamp does get a pick, unfortunately, but one does go down on Ink Drinkers. Fasalia is just saying, like, yeah, you may be taking us out, but we're going to keep responding. We're going to keep coming at you. They're doing what they can. Like, they still have a chance to turn this game around, but, like, we do see the Booyah already coming in, throwing into mid. I don't believe it's going to be able to find anyone. Just trying to push him back. Unfortunately, it is not. But they are keeping this huge map control. The machine does go down. Fasalia is in a very tight spot right now.
Yeah. The thing about Umami camps is that it's very hard to push up onto their basket because of how small that choke point is. You have to be very careful about your special placements to be able to get a really good push in.
Oh, for sure. That was also a very good combo there from the hammer. The Glue was able to pop up the wall to defend, and the hammer just threw it to get them out of there. Ink Drinkers is making a very good push here. They are able to get one. They are able to get two.
Ooh.
2 down on Ink Drinkers. 3 down on Ink Drinkers. Fasalia, this could be the push that they need. They have to try and get this blue guy out here. Are they going to be able to find the pick? They are able to find the pick. That is a wipeout. Onto Ink Drinkers. Fasalia, you have to try and get map control here. You have to try and gather those clamps. You have to get those specials. You can't let them push in, or else they are going to absolutely lock you out. You see the Zip getting very aggressive here. They are not able to find the pick, but they did bring the biscuit. They are going to be able to get the lead. Are they going to be able to get? It's a wipeout onto Ink Drinkers, but I mean onto Fasalia. But Ink Drinkers does still have a penalty if they get this basket in and then throw a few clams. Like, I believe they have to get about 2 clams in order to really do anything. So, like, I'm very curious to see what's going to even happen here.
This could honestly go either way because getting a volume is going to be very hard, but then the fact that they all have their specials would be very beneficial for them. Is this going to be it? Oh, that's it.
Oh, is this going to be it? Oh, and that is the knockout from Ink Drinkers. Able to get a last-minute push. Fasalia was able to get it, was able to clinch it there for just a second, but unfortunately, Ink Drinkers does take it 2-1. Very, very well played from both teams. Fasalia, you guys played insane. Ink Drinkers just played so good as well, but that was absolutely insane.
Yeah, even though they lost, they did an absolutely amazing job and had really good comebacks. This was a very nice set to watch.
Yeah, no, that was an insanely fun set to watch. GG's to both teams. You all played insanely well. I loved watching that, so very good job from you guys. But with that being said, we are going to be getting into top 8 very soon. We are going to be swapping off casters. But if you guys would like to find us, my name is J-King. You can find me on Twitter at JKingCasts.
And I'm at Aerospray.
And we thank you guys so much for watching this, but we will be back very soon with top 8. Make sure to stay tuned for more from the link up.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to From the Ink Up. My name is Toma. I'm going to be one of your commentators here tonight, and I've got my amazing, wonderful friend Saf with me. Saf, how are you doing?
Oh, Toma, I'm doing so good. I'm really happy to be back here again on From the Ink Up, week 31. It's looking like a really good night to watch some competitive Splatoon.
Oh, it absolutely is. We're going to be getting in here. We've got a matchup versus Ika Inc. versus Refresh, and it looks like we're just going to be diving right into it. There's going to be no time to talk about anything as they're going to be gearing up here on Splat Zone Brine Water. You see on the side of Inca Inc., you've got that heavy splatling for their backline with some really aggressive options in that Dapples and that, I can't think of the name, Splitana. But on the side of Refresh, of course, you've got the ever-famous E-Leader rearing its head on its map. We both know how far across this map that thing can look and what a danger it could be.
Yeah, and especially when you're trying to really take a good battle into this mid area as well, the E-Leader definitely makes its presence known, being able to set up really high up on that perching area, on that ramp area there, but going right into it, Refresh is going to take the first initial lead into this game. You can see the Re-Slider trying to slide in and look and find a pick for itself there, a good hammer pick coming out from the side of Blast Balsa there, and then you also are seeing that the zone keeps kind of flipping back and forth out of control, and finally Ika Inc. is making their presence known in this game and taking 2 points.
Yep, they sure are, and they're trying to get up there. You see a 3-down situation, but Maxi here on the ramp, not wanting to let that go if they can, trying to roll out, kill some time, as that timer is going to be ticked down to 70. It looks like Inca Inc. may have a good chance of holding it and getting the lead here, and that's going to be the zone change, or the lead change happening, and the zone flip is going to come out shortly after. As Refresh, you see they've got this crab online, but they know where members of Ika Inc. are. They're going to be trying to chase them down, but Ika Inc. not giving up that zone. They've got those tri-strikes out onto the ramp, and Maxi again on that zone, or that jump camp. They get that was a great triple. They get that, I believe, with that Reef Slider before going down to the Booyah. Incredible.
Yeah, I've got to say, I did not realize that Reef Slider could actually break that Booyah shield and take the kill at the same time, so that was an excellent triple kill coming out there for Ika Inc. And now you can see all the members of Ika Inc. really took advantage of that triple down, going down, and they're actually just kind of chilling out in the spawn area of Refresh right now. Gizmo getting a nice double pick there, and Refresh having trouble trying to break back into this map and make their presence known, but you can see Luca is going to go ahead and throw that wave breaker down below to maybe try to get some tracking and to clear some space as well, and that is successful, definitely in their favor there, as Drummer Boy's going to actually throw that Booyah Bomb and maybe look for a pick as well, and you can see Ika Inc. is now the ones being trapped in their spawn area.
They sure are. You got that Wiper coming out too, trying to clear some space, create a lot of pressure, and it's getting a way in for their team for sure. You've got the Tri-Strikes coming out onto the zone, and the Reef Slider going to be able to find the cap there, and just as fast as they locked out Ika Inc., Ika Inc. is now going to be in a great position to put a lot of pressure in the Refresh here, as they're going to be eating through this penalty timer. The crab coming out, but right now they're not really having too much trouble painting over that and keeping control of the zone. Car gonna drop down and try to take that fight. Can't quite find the pick, but is going to be painting this zone. Trying to get the zone flip there isn't quite so successful, and is up by Gizmo there, who is able to finally come back in and get the kill. And looks like maybe even stalling this out even further with those tri-strikes, you know, forcing that Booyah Bomb to be thrown early so they're not going to go down, and trying to desperately hold on to this zone. Maxi going in there, seeing if they can find a pick. A pick here is going to be huge. And look at that, just like that, that zone flips for just a second into the color of Refresh, and that's going to put a huge penalty on the Ika.
Yeah, but Ika Inc. is not going to back down here, Toma. I mean, they are still making their presence and very well known on this map. All 4 members now in the mid area, not only painting the sides, but getting the Ink down on mid. That zone is now going to flip once again into the favor of Ika Inc. Booyah Bomb is going to try to come out from Drummer Boy there, trying to clear that left side area, but you also have Reef Slider being paired with these tri-strikes as well to try to clear some space, and unfortunately, Onkar is going to go ahead and take 1 member down, take 2 members down now. A really close firefight happening there, a trade almost, and Onkar having a little bit of damage left on them for Boo to be able to come in and take that kill as well, and feeling really comfortable in this mid area as well, being able to move up with that heavy splatling. And you can see the flank also trying to happen there too, and a trade going down, and you have Onkar once again getting a double kill. It's just a firefight happening for this mid area, and these fights are going down in a lot of trades.
They sure are, and right now those trades working in favor of Ika Inc. As every moment that you have a trade while you're in the team in advantage, it's going to benefit you. It's going to stall out that timer longer, and with just a few seconds left on the board, that zone being in your possession and able to find the knockout right before the timer ends, that is going to be Ika Inc. claiming game 1.
Yeah, just excellent pressure being brought out by Ika Inc. here this evening. I mean, they were definitely waiting and ready to go, like, from the jump of this game. I mean, they made their presence known in mid right away, and Refresh was having trouble trying to find their footing there for a little bit, and especially with having that E-leader, they were kind of lacking a little bit of aggression, I think, with having that E-leader there, but I also think that Ika Inc. did not let that long range scare them, and especially with having their heavy being able to push up so far into the zone gave them a lot more space for them to push up forward into that ramp area.
Yeah, and you saw that they used their specials really well too, to be able to constantly move that leader. You saw all the subs coming out onto the leader, those tri-strikes coming out, moving them, and the leader can watch across that entire map, but here's the whole thing, is if you're in a lockout position and you're just being forced further back by those specials, it doesn't matter if you can look across the map because you can't get your charge up in time to do anything with it. Ika Inc. making excellent use of their aggression in that. Next, we're going to be going into a mode where, aggression and clearing space could be even more. Tower control, Hagglefish Market, getting that space claimed in front of that tower so that your team can push forward without that tower player being contested, that's going to be huge here. And Ika Inc. has so much forward pressure. They've got those dapples, they've got that wiper who can just kind of run forward into the enemy base, get splat after splat, and keep up that pressure. It can be an insane snowbally moment here, potentially. But this is also a map where you've got that tent that, if they do decide to bring back that E-leader, it is a great defensive position. It's not going to be as easily rushed down. And it can be a great spot for Refresh to be able to make their defensive stand.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially with a map like Hagglefish too, you got to be watching out for those flanks. You got to be keeping the lookout to see which players are going to try to come around from the sides there. And I definitely think with having that E-leader on the side of Refresh, that could be really helpful with having a shot caller, a designated shot caller that can help you to keep a lookout. But it looks like we're actually going to put that E-leader away for now, and Refresh is going to actually bring a little bit more aggression. Aang coming to the forefront here, bringing out that carbon roller.
Yep, they are going to be choosing the aggression and say, hey, that backline, we moved a little bit too slow. We couldn't deal with the fast pace that Ika Inc. was setting. We've got to move faster. So maybe this will be working out for them. And kind of the battle just happening here on the flank. One member of Refresh finally going down there. The Heavy trying to see if they can find another, getting this wave breaker out to clear some space. We see 2 down on the side of Refresh as Ika Inc. is going to be taking this tower towards the first checkpoint. A 3rd down on Refresh, as it seems like Ika Inc. is continuing to hold up this stagger on to Refresh right now. You can see, like I said, you've got to move forward on this map, clear the space in front of your tower rider, and make the area safe for them, and that's exactly what they are doing in this moment, Sap. Look how beautiful this team is working together and how they're continuously keeping the members of Refresh down. One does manage to sneak behind, but the members of Ika Inc. are quick to turn around and get that member of Refresh off the tower.
Yeah, and Luca there had a really good breakout moment to try to get that tower out of possession of Ika Inc. Now the tower is skirting its way back into the middle area, but you still have Refresh here on the respawn. Now you have Drummer Boy throwing in that Booyah Bomb once again, trying to not only get some ink but clear some space as well, but with a response from the Tri-Strike coming out from the side of Ika Inc. as well. You can see the Wiper trying to move up and pick this fight and pushing Drummer Boy into a 2v1 situation now going down. This tower is once again in possession of Ika Inc. and we are going to just sail our way down to that second checkpoint, Toma.
Yeah, and beautiful movement here. You saw, like, I believe a great squid roll there by Gizmo to stay alive through that splat bomb. And now they're pressed up here with that bubble on that checkpoint to try to clear this checkpoint here, which it looks like they are going to be able to do. Still a member of Refresh there trying to come up to the tower, but just being bombarded by the members of Ika Inc. Onkar trying to find a pick onto the heavy splat lane, gets the trade, but this third checkpoint just seconds away from falling. And they are able to break it, but that is going to be the full wipe onto Ika Inc. 8 counts remaining. There is a lot of space to push ahead for Refresh.
Yeah, you can see Refresh is actually going to waste no time here. They're all 4 members now being up in mid while that tower moves its way back to mid. Once again, you can see the Trizuka coming out trying to push Boo off of that tent area there, which is definitely a good call, I believe. You really want to try to displace that backline as best you can. And once again, you can see Onkar 2 on that crab trying to get them off of that tent area as well. But the members of Inca Inc. are just so quick to respond now with 2 members of Refresh going down. 3 members of Refresh going down and taking this tower once again, just keeping this tower moving. Refresh has not had any space or time to get this tower moving to the other side.
No, they aren't, and you know, it's all due to Ika Inc.'s just coordination. You've seen it happen time and time again throughout this match, is that they're taking these fights together. You know that these callouts are on point. They're like, move with me here. Let's go push this person together. They're making sure to turn these single fights into multiple people on one, and they're able to do that as they cleared that KO there at the end. Just the absolute beautiful coordination from Ika Inc. really winning them the stellar 2-0 here.
Yeah, and you just said it so perfectly, Toma. Like, you can see callouts happening live. You could see callouts happening in action with Ika Inc. through both of those games. I mean, being able to corner different members of Refresh and being able to take them into 2v1 situations is so key. And I feel like that's where Refresh's offense kind of fell apart there, because if you're unable to take your 1v1 before the second player of the 2v1 comes in to play, I mean, it can be really dangerous for you there. And I think Ika Inc. was able to pursue these fights just so well, and they were able to really hold their composure too. And I think in this Hagglefish game, them being able to get such an early lead, and especially with only 8 counts left on that timer, I mean, Refresh really had a lot of ground to make up there, and they just could not find their footing. So, I mean, wow, great games to Ika Inc. and a really good fight put up by Refresh.
Absolutely, making it all the way here to gold bracket tonight. Definitely put up a fight, and we'll hope to be seeing them here next time. Ika Inc. will be moving on next into quarterfinals for our, is it quarterfinals next? I believe it might actually be semifinals next for gold bracket here tonight as they continue to hope to see their win here. It looks like our next match will be ready in just a little bit. We'll have Black Squid Ink Burger versus the winner of Ink Drinkers and Trip Hazard for our semifinals matchup.
Hey everybody, welcome on back to From the Ink Up. We are getting started here with our semifinals rounds opening up on Clam Blitz on Mako Mart. I am Saf and I'm here joined with my great friend Toma. Toma, how are you doing?
I am doing super great, Saf. We've got a great matchup here. We've got Ink Drinkers versus Black Squid Ink Burger. Ink Drinkers, who were on stream just a little bit earlier for their opening match into the brackets, came off a win 2-1 versus Trip Hazard, who was the top seed this time in our tournament. So definitely going to be a force to be reckoned with as they go in here on Clam Blitz Mako Mart. Tell me a little bit about this stage, Saf. What do you think the strategy is? What do you think we might see here out of both of these teams?
Well, a lot of ledges here, Toma, so definitely a good one for a Sharking Roller to make its presence known. Also a good one, I would say, for bucket players. Definitely a difficult one if you're a shooter player, I would say. Not impossible, though, but a little more difficult. So definitely appeals to the non-shooter weapons, but I do think a lot of success on this map, especially for Clam Blitz, comes from being able to take the stack that is in front of the opposing basket. Now, it's a good area to take because not only can you throw clams into the basket from that far away, but it also allows you some high ground to retreat. It allows you some high ground to maybe contend with a backline that could be hiding behind the wall that's close to basket. And it gives you a really good viewpoint of the spawning area as well. So you can definitely make the proper callouts to know of where each player is going as well. So going into this, I definitely think that if there is going to be some aggression coming out from one of these teams, taking that stack area is definitely going to be the right call.
Absolutely, and we're going to be seeing what I'm not too sure to see or expect what we'll be seeing out of Black Squid Ink Burger. I know on the side of Ink Drinkers, Bull Kelp, good friend of mine, usually runs a lot of Splatling picks. So I'm definitely sure we'll see, you know, maybe a Hydra, maybe a Heavy come out. I don't know if he's been experimenting with it, but I know that even Ballpoint has been seeing a lot more use nowadays in the meta. You know, it's got that Fizzy Bomb, which can be really great paint coverage to hold space, and Inkjet now actually finally being a special and doing a lot, especially against Crab.
Yeah, being able to actually have Inkjet into this meta again, getting reintroduced into this meta again, if you will, has definitely been a fun thing to see. But right away, we're going to get started here. And as you said, Bullcout bringing out that Hydra Splatling. So definitely going to have some backline pressure. But you also see that there is a crack-on roller on the side of Black Squid Ink Burger as well. And there's going to be a Tetra Dually as well. So there's a lot of aggression going to be had on Black Squid Ink Burger here. And right away, they're already going to start taking the stacks. Each side is going to take their respective stacks. And you can see Bullkelp actually posting up on that box area as well, which is definitely a good position for a backline to be holding and feeling pretty comfortable to be able to move up too with these super chumps coming on out here, taking hold of this left side area. 1 down on each team, now 2 down on the side of Black Squid Ink Burger, and not quite any ground really to be taken by both teams yet. We're still in the neutral game at this moment and just kind of looking for clams to try to see if we can make a ball.
Yep, they sure are. Another member of Ink Drinkers now going down, but two of them now down. Sorry. As a Black Squid Ink Burger here, this Kraken maybe trying to make a little bit of play, get a player out, but goes down on that Kraken end lag. You've got a little one here with the Power Clam, but going to be forced to back off due to that Suction Bomb. Doesn't want to go down early and is going to try to save this for their team's push. You've got the Crab Tank coming out, able to find a pick there onto the enemy team as, you know, Crab Tank does best. It got some nerfs, but it's still definitely a strong weapon. And that's going to be kind of the push backed off there as Ink Drinkers able to claim a little bit more space here, able to find that first Power Clam to be dunked. It looks like they'll be able to throw in at least 1 clam, maybe 2, or maybe a third here as they're able to find those vital picks they need to keep this basket open. Bullkelp with this Booyah Bomb in position to be able to clear more space. You've got 3 clams on that machine that they're going to be able to throw in as well. But it looks like now that's going to be the clam economy maybe stalling out for them, taking it down to 44.
Yeah, and wow, the push by Ink Drinkers there too, Toba. I mean, being able to provide enough ink and space for your backline to push up that as far as Bullkelp was able to not only get a Booyah Bomb in there, taking in that right side of the basket, but also being able to get a few clams in of their own. But as I say that, you have Take now coming up onto this platform area in Kraken form, chasing 3 members away of Black Squid Inkburger, or excuse me, of Ink Drinkers to try to displace them a little bit. And a ball going in now for Black Squid Inkburger, but 2 members going down in the process as well. So a little bit of a trade-off, I think, for Black Squid Inkburger here. But with Ink Drinkers now having 3 members down and being on the respawn, you can see Lil Whip was about to get that reef slider going, but unfortunately got taken down, just kind of delaying this basket from closing at this moment. You got a few more clams in there. We're at the 62 mark now. You can see Sprouta getting up there, getting a few more clams in as well. Lil Whip now being able to respond and get some more clams in there. Black Squid Inkburger now taking the lead with 3 members going down. Oh my goodness, they were able to delay this basket from closing for so long, but now finally Ink Drinkers are going to take the wipeout on Black Squid Inkburger and reclaim this map.
Yeah, and what a huge sustained push there from Black Squid Inkburger. Can be a really hard feat to do, especially when you have to keep going back out and keep searching for more clams to be able to make that push happen. But Ink Drinkers now on the respawn. You've got 2 members of Black Squid Inkburger down, and these clams are going to be finding their way to the basket really fast. But now 2 down on the side of the Ink Drinkers. They're going to have to find their way back to that basket pretty fast, but they don't have the clams online to be able to do anything with it. So, well, as I say that, the power clam comes in, but it's too little, too late. That basket is already going to go back up, and now, with about a minute left remaining, there's no power clam on the side of Ink Drinkers. Well, just as I say that, of course, we're going to make one, but that can be a little bit of a scary situation.
Yeah, and I really had to feel, I felt my heart kind of sank with that super jump, with that power clam in their hands. You could tell that they knew it was a little too late. They just pressed those buttons, they pressed those inputs as soon as their teammate went down, and they were just flying in. But now we can see here, Take getting a really good double pick there with their Kraken and maintaining a lot of space on this right side, getting a triple off of Ink Drinkers there. But you have Bullkelp now quickly getting some ink coverage back into this back area. Ink Drinkers having such immaculate map control throughout a lot of this game, but unfortunately just not quite having the clams in order to get this basket open for themselves again. With 16 seconds left on the clock, you can see Robin not only picking out this tri-strike, but also having that power clam in their possession. Going down though to Take, you have the Booyah coming out to try to defend this clam as much as possible, and you have 1 member down on the side of Black Squid Inkburger in front of the basket. Bullkelp is going to make a run for it and go for the pop, getting that penalty down and almost taking the lead, just needing 2 more clams left. But Black Squid Inkburger is going to be able to play defensively here with all of their members up and popping juice, getting the wipeout. Black Squid Inkburger taking this Clam Blitz game.
Oh my gosh, Saf there, 32-34. No joke, just 1 single clam there making the difference in that battle. Black Squid Inkburger coming out on top. What an even matchup there. Oh my lord. That was so back and forth. You saw that both of them were able to respond to each other's pushes so well, and for both of them at times were able to hold that space in mid, hold those stacks, keep those key areas open, because they both kind of opened with those really, really long sustained pushes that were just an absolute show of dominance.
Absolutely, and I think too, with being able to, I've said it in these last few games and I'll say it again, if you're able to maintain your space and you're able to be very cautious of your flanks, being able to have your backline push up as much as Bullkelp was able to on the Ink Drinkers can be a really big issue. But I think Black Squid Inkburger was able to take their flanks. They were able to take their fights and bring the aggression forward where they needed to. I mean, a lot of times you had Lil Whip coming out with their Reef Slider trying to combat that Booyah Bomb. You had Take with that Crack on Roller taking the flank onto that platform, that basket platform, not only popping Kraken and displacing 3 of the members of Ink Drinkers, but also taking picks along with them before they would go down themselves. And so definitely a lot of risks being taken by Black Squid Inkburger, but Ink Drinkers also taking an equal amount of risks. I mean, Bullkelp being able to push up and get that last initial clam in there, but unfortunately just not having the follow-up to go with them. They were definitely hopeful that there would be some follow-up, but Just not this time. Not this time, Toma. But that's okay because going into game number 2, we're gonna go ahead and see splat zones on Flounder Heights. And I mean, especially big flanking map here, as we know. But also, if Bulkelp is able to get a good position for themselves with that Hydra, or if they're able to switch off onto an E-leader, or even like a different charger of some sort, or even a different splatling of some sort, if they switch to the heavy to give themselves more mobility, I think that Ink Drinkers could provide some trouble here from Black Squid Ink Burger.
Absolutely. You know, Flounder Heights is such an interesting map for backline players. I never know what I'm going to see out of them. Some of them will drop the backline completely. Some will go to Explo. Some will just stick on with what they have. It's a pretty risky map for backlines with the places that you have to stand to be effective. And it looks like Bulkelp is going to be electing to bring out that E-leader. No backline to be seen on the side of Black Squid Ink Burger this time. We got those Glugas, like you said. We've got the Tri Nouveau and the Sloshing Machine coming out on either side for the bucket options. They're both so great at just poking around and over these ledges and corners in this map.
Yeah, I gotta tell you, there's a pretty big smile on my face right now, Toma, because although there are 2 splashes in this game, they are Splash Neos. They are Splash Neos. You have the Tri-Strike Splash rearing its head here, and not 1, but 2 of them, 1 per team. And now, as we go into this game, Ink Drinkers are going to take the first initial points onto this board. You could see Ravioli was trying to get a little bit of a flank attack going there, but Zara was pretty keen onto where they were. Take getting 2 picks there, trying to take Zara down in the process as well, but Zara's going to be the one to win the fight, bringing out this Booyah Bomb here to try to cap this zone. Looking back, making sure that they were able to look back there to make sure that their zone was okay too, which I think is super important, Toma. I mean, especially with this being a double zoned map, you definitely need to make sure that your zone is in your possession, I think, before you're able to really make a solid move.
Oh, absolutely. I've seen teams make that mistake so many times where they'll go forward into the enemy zone, but all of a sudden, hey, our zone's flipped. Wait, we just got flanked, and there's no time to react to it, and they get splatted. So that was an excellent show of awareness on the side of Ink Drinkers. And now this Kraken going to try to charge in and take the first zone control for Black Squid Ink Burger this game. Gonna be forced to quickly back off just a little bit. As you can see, Ink Drinkers already set up in a great position to put a lot of pressure onto that zone. Going down to the Glugas, like getting that Booyah off at least and stalling this out some. So the Black Squid Ink Burger able to find control of the zones once again. But you know, Flounder Heights, one of those games where I feel like zone ticks down so slowly because you'll lose one zone so fast and it just really stops your pushes.
Yeah, and you can see Lil Whip getting cornered here, trying to throw that Booyah Bomb, but not getting Organic in that pick, but getting Zara instead in the process there, with both zones almost being capped by Black Squid Ink Burger. And as I say that, they are actually going to make sure that they cap both, and their timer is going to tick down to the 61 mark now with still 3 minutes left to go in this game. Ink Drinkers having a bit of a hard time finding their way back into the zone area. You can see that there's 3 members here on this ramp area. Take coming in with that Kraken as well, trying to keep them displaced and just wasting some time, I think, which is, I think, a good tactic on their part, because if the members of Ink Drinkers can't get back into this zone area, man, they are going to be in for a really tough fight to come back. But now, this zone's still flipping back and forth here. Ink Drinkers really trying to get some coverage down on this map, but Black Squid Ink Burger is just not letting them have it easy.
No, you already saw those Tri-Strikes coming out, immediately capitalizing on the man-down situation of the Ink Drinkers. Black Squid Ink Burger just not wanting to relent here. Going to be able to back out of that Tri-Strike just quickly enough not to be splatted and still control their zone and have a lot of paint going forward. But now, finally, the commentators first, 2 down on the side of Black Squid Ink Burger. This is Ink Drinkers' chance to really get this forward momentum and pressure. You see that Slosher moving there to get a great pick onto that ramp over these walls. And now they just need to do the same thing that Black Squid Ink Burger was able to do to them, which was just stall the entry. This map can be easily contested, so if you can stop the opponent from getting back in, that's how you're gonna make sure you get the score you need to win. right now, counting down to 44. It looks like a lead change may happen, but Black Squid Inkburger able to cap the zone right before, but it's not the full cap. They have to get both zones to apply that penalty. There's still an opportunity here for Drinkers to be able to find that cap and take the lead. The tri-strike's going out though, and that's going to be the cap that Black Squid Inkburger needed to get the penalty onto Ink Drinkers. They're going to have to work through that again if they want to be able to take the lead with just 47 seconds remaining.
I loved seeing that gameplay that just happened from Take on the cam there. Not only did they get a pick with their Kraken, but as Zara was coming in with the sloshing machine to try to take them out, Take jumped off when their Kraken was over, taking Zara's attention not only away from zone, but keeping it on to them. And so just wasting more time, Toma, that's such a huge thing with these zones games, is like if you're gonna keep this zone and keep your lead, then you need to make sure that the other team is just trying to waste time to try to not only get back into the map, but also just trying to get that zone back. And I think Take executed that so beautifully. But now you can see Ink Drinkers is going to be taking the zone into their possession now, ticking away at penalty at this moment. You have Lil Whip getting a nice pick there. That's all members now of Ink Drinkers going down. Now all Black Squid Inkburger has to do is to make sure that that zone does not change back over, and they do that successfully. Black Squid Inkburger once again coming out on top in this one.
Yep, I think, like you said, this map's all about flanking, and I think that's what happened there. You had members going forward, and you had a member of Black Squid Inkburger come behind them. I believe it was Take, clearing it out back there, adding that a bit of additional pressure, finding those picks to get that full wipe right there at the end. They're going to be taking this set to 2-0 right now. An incredible display of power. And you have to remember, Ink Drinkers is the one who just knocked out our top seed in this tournament. And now Black Squid Inkburger has already pushed them to match point.
Yeah, and going into match point where you're going to be on tower control, Inkblot Art Academy. And Toma, for me personally, this is a really personal favorite map mode of mine, especially in the comp aspect. This is one of my favorite map modes to play competitively on. Can you kind of tell me your thoughts and what you expect to see going into this Game 3?
Yeah, so this is kind of the comp map that is going to happen on Inkblot. Everybody talks about tower control, Inkblot. You've got that first checkpoint right underneath that kind of ledge from your plat to the stack there, which is a really hard thing that can be able to break. You can have sloshers, you can have rollers that can poke over it really easily. You'll often see bubbles pop there to be able to secure that first check. And then after that, the key here is to get into the opponent bats. You need to get up there, you need to force them to move, because that's where they're going to want to defend from. That's the high ground in their plat where they can just rain down pressure onto the tower. So if you can go and you can take that space away from them, you got two players on there, you've got one player on the tower, and you've got one player moving forward further into the plat and up that ramp. You can clear so much space, and that's how you create the lockout situation that you and I have seen time and time again, from SAC to Ludi to CCA. That's how this map is played.
Yeah, it's always, I always say it always comes down to bats. Who has control of bats when you break through that second checkpoint? Who can get there first, and who can make sure to defend that position? And I agree with you there. That's what it's going to come down to, and especially with this aggression that Black Squid Inkburger has been bringing to the table here. Ink Drinkers has got to be really watching for those flanks and watching for that forward pressure that they've been bringing out here. But once again, Ink Drinkers bringing out that that E-leader as well, and bringing out some Glugas of their own, actually, Toma. And what? Is that a vanilla jet I'm seeing from Lil Whip? What is going on?
For a second, in my mind, I might have been on the C-Jet rain rot recently, thanks to my wonderful coach, Pac. And I was like, is that a C-Jet? And then I had to take a double look, and I'm like, no, that's not a C-Jet. That is a V-Jet, and that is not something that you see very often nowadays, but it could definitely be a good utility here in tower to try to get safer pushes in. Right now, just tri-strikes coming out everywhere as Ink Drinkers is able to find the first early pick onto Black Squid Inkburger, but that is going to be quickly traded. Right now, neither team really has clear control over mid. as Black Squid Inkburger maybe tries to push tower there a little bit too fast. They're able to get on, but you don't have really the kind of control that you need to be able to push a tower. As you can see, this mid mostly yellow right now in Ink Drinker's favor, but they don't really have the people moving forward at the moment. You got Bullkelp looking here with this leader. You got that Booyah Bomb that was being held. And Black Squid Inkburger seeing those specials, seeing that leader, they're kind of like, you know what? No, we'll let you hold on to that for a second. We're not gonna walk into that one.
Yeah, you can definitely tell Black Squid Inkburger is a little bit afraid of Bullkelp's positioning there, especially with Sprada trying to get on that tower and Bullkelp just immediately taking them out before they could even try to back up. But right now, the tower's in Ink Drinker's possession, and they're not really going to get it pushed too far, but now Bullkelp is going to go ahead and try to get on this tower a little bit and try to get themselves comfortable and positioned upward. But they're feeling a little hesitant there, Toma, getting a really good pick there off of Sprada once again, but also just feeling a little hesitant, especially with Taki being able to come down into the mid area with that Kraken. But unfortunately, Taki not able to retreat and throwing a nice wall there to try to hold them in and box them in. Now, with Ink Drinkers being able to take this first checkpoint here, with one special online, 2 members of Black Squid Inkburger now going down. You have Zara now moving up to try to clear some space here and try to hold the members of Black Squid Inkburger back in their spawn. Black Squid Inkburger, I think, is having some trouble finding their footing here, Toma. And once again, I'm looking at this bats area here, and it is yellow, Toma.
It is yellow, but I will note you saw that 3 of them kind of chased all the way up into plat, trying to find that last member of Black Squid Inkburger, and it did leave Bullkelp alone for just long enough that they were able to be pushed off. The machine did come back around, but that push did stop there because Bullkelp was forced off. You gotta make sure that that pressure that you keep on bats, you gotta keep it there. Just the paint, it may look intimidating, but once they figure out you're not there, there's nothing stopping them from charging through there. But needless to say, still 27, a great push. You just gotta hope it could have been a little bit further, but they're playing a great defense. Maybe they don't need to take it any further, as this checkpoint 1 still stays standing. They're not able to take it down. They're getting these great picks onto Black Squid Inkburger. Bullkelp set up on this great position, getting good snipe after good snipe. Time and time again, you've got these strikes and this Booyah coming out in beautiful coordination, and here it comes. Here comes the play up the bats. This is what they need to see, and you've got another member throwing a Booyah Bomb onto the back of bats. You got the forward pressure, trying to force them back into that special. That's the kind of coordination you need to see.
Yeah, definitely. And now with Black Squid Inkburger once again stopping this push by Ink Drinkers, that tower is moseying its way back into mid and being taken into possession now by Black Squid Inkburger. But you have a Zara getting a really good pick there, but then getting taken down by Sparta there. And Sparta looking to see if they can make their way back up into this plat area, trying to put some pressure onto Bullkelp constantly, making sure that Bullkelp has no room to stand on, has no ground to stand on to get themselves set up in order to get picks like they just did right there. They took their Tower Rider out right away. Now with 3 members of Ink Drinkers going down, you have Take there trying to take the fight on bats, but unfortunately going down. But still, Black Squid Inkburger now making their presence known into this plat area of Ink Drinkers here, looking to see if they can take the lead, and they are not going to be able to, as 3 members now going down with only 1 point to spare. But you have Take here on this sharking positioning, now taking the attention of Ink Drinkers away from that tower at this moment, giving the members of Black Squid Inkburger some time to spawn back into this map. This Kraken is going to try to come out here, looking to see for that shark, but actually just not going to go for it, or they just didn't see them, I don't think. But still, Take still making their presence known onto this platform area right now, which I think is exactly what Black Squid Inkburger needs at this moment if they want to try to take this lead, Toma, with 8 seconds left to go.
Yeah, but which is that Tri-Slasher Nouveau, and that is going to be the delayed wipe. It looks like Ink Drinker is going to be able to hold on to this game by a point and stay alive in this set.
Oh my gosh, you could tell that Ink Drinkers have played this map mode before. They made their presence known. Bullkelp was able to be very comfortable on that tower and know exactly where their players were and exactly where a lot of the members of Black Squid Inkburger were at the time that they needed to. It was clear that this map mode was not unfamiliar to Ink Drinkers.
Absolutely not. What a beautiful, beautiful game there. They're going to be taking that 2-1, and this is the first step in a reverse sweep. You got to win it game by game by game, and it's never over until that final game tape flashes across the screen. And that's what Ink Drinkers showed us there right now, and that's what they're hopefully going to be showing us again here in game 4 as we go into Rainmaker Undertow Spillway, and another map where range might have a little bit of an advantage. Saf.
Yeah, I agree with you there, Toma, especially because if you want to try to keep taking it to that left side area, there's a lot of places for a backline to get set up and to be able to take the high ground, and I think it's going to be really important here for Ink Drinkers to have bulk help being in a good position in order to do that. And I think Black Squid Inkburger was definitely really keen on that last game, because time and time again you saw Sparta trying to take fights to bulk help constantly, like trying to get them displaced, trying to make it so that they had no ground to stand on and not anywhere to really get comfy and cozy and to set up to try to get picks. And I think that is what's going to need to be taken into this next game, and especially because it is still match point for Black Squid Inkburger. Black Squid Inkburger could still win it here, and if they do, then they are moving on. And it's big for Ink Drinkers to try to prevent them from doing that and to keep themselves into this game.
Yep, it's anybody's game, and it's never over until it's over, Saf. And this is one of those maps where, things can go so wrong so fast, and leads can change in the blink of an eye. Rainmaker has always been a fast mode, slowed down a little bit now by the use of those checkpoints, but once both of them fall, it's just a good old-fashioned game, a Splatoon 2 Rainmaker, and the leads change fast on this map, especially if you can get a knockout and you can really utilize that super fast path and just kind of rush it for points. You can really make things happen here. You also see the buckets coming out. Again, this is a great map for buckets. You can use them to slosh up onto that glass, onto the snipe areas where those backlines like to stand. And even the Rapid Blaster, a little bit of a sacrifice to popping power, but I think is a really good zoning tool that they can use to try to create space.
Yeah, Lil Whip's picks this evening have been just making me giggle to myself, and now we're seeing the Rapid Blaster pick coming out from that previous Vanilla Jet pick that we saw in the last game, but an early lead is going to be taken here by Ink Drinkers as they are going to take this Rainmaker right to the first checkpoint, relatively uncontested right now. You see it this way coming out. There's definitely some communication to be had on the side of Ink Drinkers to keep them into this game. They're going to pick up the Rainmaker once again. That Ink Jet providing a lot of pressure, and with Take too, especially being able to cover the ground and to watch where those blasts are going to and who they're hitting. They're able to maintain that space for themselves really well, but a 34, Toma, in the first minute by Ink Drinkers is a pretty solid lead.
Absolutely, definitely not 100% safe, but definitely a good first push, because you can take that even further now. If you get a wipe, you don't have to stop for that checkpoint anymore. It's set them up in a great position with just into the game. And speaking of a great position now, the Booyah Bomb finding the back of that Rainmaker, able to take it down. And you saw those chunks coming out too, but the Kraken able to find a great pick, turn that bad situation into a salvageable one here, as they have control of this Rainmaker here, but they gotta be careful. All this power or pressure coming out, those tri-strikes coming out, Saf, is going to put an end to that Rainmaker. Ink Drinkers' pressure here is just crazy.
Yeah, you see too that Take was trying to do some squid rolls there to try to get themselves out of danger, but unfortunately the tri-strike just reared its head first and said danger is here and it's here to stay. And now this Rainmaker is going to be taken back into the possession of Ink Drinkers at this moment, with 3 members down on the side of Black Squid Inkburger. You can see Bulk Help holding onto that Rainmaker tightly. Lil Whip coming in with that Ink Jet, getting 2 picks there and stopping that Rainmaker in its tracks once again. With being able to set up nicely up onto that higher ground with 3 members of Ink Drinkers now. We have the reverse of the situation that was just happening, with 3 members now respawning and the Rainmaker in possession of Black Squid Inkburger. You can see Ravioli having that Rainmaker in their hands right now, looking to see if we can break into this left side to try to get checkpoint, maybe also peeking at this right side as well. A lot of ink to be had on that right side, and it looks like we're actually going to go for it here, getting super close, but unfortunately Organic was able to be keen on what was going on there and able to take them out. Now Rainmaker once again in possession of Ink Drinkers.
Yep, and now we're gonna see maybe the Inkjet is online and may come back out again. We've seen time and time again the members of Blacksmith Inkburger utilizing that Inkjet so well, showing us that, hey, this is actually a special now that you're gonna have to respect. And here it comes, Lilith got it out again, but this time taken out by the Rainmaker. The Rainmaker is stopped, but I believe this is just Ink Drinkers over there. They're gonna choose to back up a little bit as the members of Blacksmith Inkburger respawn. But they're in a good situation there. That Rainmaker is in a very awkward space at the moment for Blacksmith Inkburger to respond, especially with Ink Drinkers already respawned back into mid. You're gonna have to force them back a lot before you can really start pushing that Rain, and these Tri-Strikes are gonna come out, and it's gonna force you even further back. You've gotta be really careful in that situation. And now you see this ends up set to take out this Rainmaker, able to get it through the trade, and now trades are all you need. You know, if you can stop that Rainmaker with a trade and your Ink Drinkers, that 100% favors you in this moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Ink Drinkers have all of the time and space in the world right now to be taking trades if they want to, and especially with a little less than a minute left to go in this game with a pretty solid lead on their side here. I mean, Ink Drinkers are definitely sitting comfortable, and they know that Black Squid Inkburger needs to come to them in this situation. They know that they're the ones that need to come to us. And once again, those Tri-Strikes trapping Ravioli into that corner, allowing Organic to push up and to finish the job, to finish and get the kill. And now once again that Rainmaker is in a really solid position for Ink Drinkers to be able to defend. Black Squid Inkburger is going to have some trouble trying to get back in here.
They absolutely are. They're trying to get this pop onto here, but the pressure from Ink Drinkers is just crazy onto that, and they've got to break this pedestal, get the Rainmaker popped once again, and beat 34. And with two of their members down, now that's going to be a really hard sell. Just the Inkjet left up, and it doesn't look like they're going to be able to find this pop. Staff, this is going to take us to a game 5.
Man, oh man, you said it, Toma. I'm smelling a reverse sweep happening, and Ink Drinkers thought so as well. They said, hey, you know what, that's fine. The first 2 games, that was a courtesy on us, but now this is where the real competition starts, and now going into game 5 with 2 games each under their belts, this is for the big one.
Oh my goodness, Saf, you can feel it. Both of them fighting so long and hard here in semifinals, and it all comes down to this match. This is going to decide who gets to go on to play for the chance to take it all tonight against Carencia in grand finals, as we're going to be going into Clam Blitz once again on Manta Maria.
Oh man, this is a fun one to me, Toma, and especially with Manta Maria coming back into this meta and being back introduced into the comp scene once again, and especially with the changes that were made, I'm really looking forward to the types of 1v1s that we're going to be seeing, especially with so many different elevations in this map, little nooks and crannies and corners and things, and especially with the aggression that Black Squid Inkburger was able to bring in those first 2 games and able to trap different members of Ink Drinkers, but also Ink Drinkers being able to be hyper aggressive in that Rainmaker game. I mean, they took the Rainmaker and they ran with it as far as they could, and they maintained that lead for 5 whole minutes. They were able to maintain that space and able to keep the members of Black Squid Inkburger away from that first checkpoint. I think Black Squid Inkburger wasn't even able to break the first checkpoint. And so if they're able to do that again here in Clam Blitz and to make sure that they are able to get all of the balls in their court, I mean, it's going to be a good one. I'm jazzed, Toma.
Absolutely, and you know, one of the things I love to see on this game, or in this map, is Splatling gameplay, especially utilizing all of those grates around the mast. You can really utilize the Splatling's run speed there, and it can create a lot of pressure onto mid and hold space so excellently when it's being fought against. It can kind of just retreat really fast around the safe side of that pole, and the run speed that they naturally stack as Splatling players is gonna just make them so hard to hit.
Yeah, definitely. You really want to make sure that, especially if you're a Splatling player, one of my favorite positions I think for a Splatling to post up on is the mast area. I think that is such a key position to be able to take, and especially if you're trying to take back mid and to control mid, being able to have that mast in your pocket is going to be super beneficial for not only for your Splatling or your backline to be able to position themselves well and to have the high ground, but also because a lot of the times if the fight has to come to you, you can see them coming. You can see a large section of the map. You have eyes on both bunkers. You have eyes on both plats as well. So if you're able to really maintain yourself well on that mast area and to watch for your flanks, I mean, it can be such a deadly thing to go up against.
It absolutely can. And like you said, we've said time and time again, this all comes down to this moment here. Clam Blitz Manta Maria. Is Black Squid Inkburger going to be able to seal the deal here? Are they going to be able to finish off this set strong? Say, hey, we took the first 2 games, we took the Clam Blitz game back in Makomart, and we're going to take this one here? Or are Ink Drinkers going to be able to manifest their reverse sweep into reality? We're ready to go, Saf. As these teams are coming into the map, we'll see what both sides load out. We see the heavy Splatling coming out on the side of Ink Drinkers. Like I said, would be a great option on those masts. We got another interesting pick coming out. We got the Dually Spulchers coming out from Lil Whip, always choosing something interesting this game, throwing me for a little bit of a loop each time.
Yeah, tell me you're a flex player without directly telling me you're a flex player. That's exactly what Lil Whip has been doing throughout this evening, Toma. I mean, they have almost pretty much not played the same weapon once as we've moved forward in all these games. They've brought out similar weaponry like from game to game, but they haven't played anything the same consecutively so far this evening. And that brings a smile to my face to just see someone that wants to play a bunch of different things. And oh my gosh, Ravioli getting a really nice double pick there. Definitely beneficial for Black Squid Inkburger in this opening here. With the wipeout happening on the side of Ink Drinkers, Black Squid Inkburger just needs to get some clams going in their possession to get this ball into the basket there. But Ink Drinkers quick to respond there, and Zara taking out Ravioli just as quickly as that wipeout was able to happen for their team. And now, I mean, mid is mostly in control at this moment by Black Squid Inkburger, but Ink Drinkers quick to respond from that wipeout.
Absolutely, and you know, this is quite a long map. You either have to take that cut, which can be really dangerous, or you have to go all the way around the street. And so if you're not going to be going super fast after a wipeout, you're going to be losing a lot of time onto your push. But Black Squid Inkburger showing right now they had that cracking forward, they just couldn't get the jump in, you know, and that's sometimes what it comes down to, is can you get close enough there? But they're going to be forced to back off 2 minutes into this game almost. No baskets broken yet. You've got all of these clams on the field, and now you've got Ink Drinkers set up in this beautiful, wonderful position. You've got the chunks coming out, but the member of Ink Drinkers goes down, just Bull Kelp left alive. What a great defense from Ink Drinkers there. And now you've got to see them come forward and take control of mid as fast as they can. You still see some of them on the respawn, and it looks like we're going to kind of just go back into that neutral fight as Black Squid Inkburger isn't really going to be able to find all the hold that they need to be able to.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see too that Ink Drinkers now being backed up quite a bit, kind of more so in their basket area. You can see 3 members there in their basket area to just try to maintain their space as much as possible. But Black Squid Inkburger is coming in pretty quickly here. 18 clams, 19, 20 clams in possession in their clam economy at this moment. No footballs being made just yet, as we are trying to maybe look for some picks and look for some fights here, but now with one member going down, the splash player going down, Buya coming out from the side of Zara at this moment, this platform being taken right now. And I mean, Toma, this game has been so incredibly neutral this entire time. It seems like both teams are kind of just looking for fights at this moment rather than trying to get some clams and get some balls into these baskets.
Well, you know what? It's just like that Mako Mart game where we had both of them kind of just take a early, really sustained push, and then the rest of the game was just these long, drawn-out fights where they would keep getting really impressive wipes off of each other, but nothing would really happen with them. And we're seeing that kind of stalemate game return here on Manta, but being further intensified by just how long it takes to get to the basket on this map, where Makomar is a much shorter route to the map. And with just 1 minute 30 seconds remaining, you know, the first basket pop is going to be more important than ever now with 0 points on the board. Take there trying to get a push into the street going, but isn't quite able to find it. Puts down a beacon, which is broken. Maybe is going to try to take this cut. We'll see if they notice it. They've got the Kraken online. This is their opportunity to jump into power, and here comes the jump. This could be the first basket break of the day, and it looks like it is going to be going to Black Squid Inkburger, but there isn't going to be any follow-up on that, and that's kind of a dangerous position to be in, especially if you've got 3 down. They've just got to get this basket open, which it looks like they're going to be able to. They've got the Booyah Bomb here. Saf, if they can get this power clam jump in, they've got multiple people jumping in. They're able to get the power clam in. They're able to get some more clams in. That is the wipeout onto Ink Drinkers. Black Squid Inkburger needs to move so fast forward right now. They need to get all the clams and all of the control to be able to take lead here. You've got that beacon there, a little bit sneaky of a play from Take there, but there's already so much pressure from Ink Drinkers.
Oh my goodness, Toma. I mean, what a play. What a play, just kind of taking it down to the wire here, really waiting until there was almost no time left for Black Squid Inkburger to try to respond here, but Ink Drinkers just taking their time with this game to try to get that basket pop and get as many clams in as possible. 4 seconds remain, but there's no pressure right now to be had for Black Squid Inkburger to try to get back into this overtime game to try to push themselves into this basket. Bulkhelp in a really good position for defense at this moment, taking Take out, almost taking Ravioli out, and now there's one that sneaks behind and gets that power clam in. You have another jump from Take, but there's no follow-up to the clams, and the wipeout's gonna happen for the side of Ink Drinkers, and you have a few more clams being thrown into that basket. There's Jumpin' still coming in to try to keep this basket open with 2 members going down, but unfortunately not enough clams to be able to follow up. You could tell that Take was trying to maintain that space for as long as possible, but to no avail, and the Ink Drinkers are going to be moving on to the finals.
Oh my god, what a close game. That was everything they needed. They just didn't have the clams, South, and that is going to be Ink Drinkers with the reverse sweep of this set.
I mean, I have no words, Toma. I mean, taking, not only just playing the neutral game, playing the long game, both teams playing the long game for the entirety of that set, but also just the tenacity of that Ink Drinkers had in order to get not just 1 power clam, but 2 power clams into that basket and some change with only like 40 seconds remaining for Black Squid Inkburger to try to do something. And I mean, they were able to do it almost in overtime. Take was in that basket area for most of overtime to try to clear that space and to get some jump-ins with some more clams. But honestly, Toma, I wonder if that game really just came down to clam spawns at that point, because the jump-ins were happening. People were trying to jump to Take and to try to come in and join the fight, but they just had no clams in their possession. So it just makes you wonder, like, what was going on the rest of that map when we were watching what Take was doing? I mean, just incredible.
You know, sometimes it just does come down to those clam spawns, as you said, and just, wow, this is, you know, we got grand finals up next, but this is gonna be a set to remember. Ink Drinkers in their last set, taking the 2-1 over our seed 1 of the night, and then coming in immediately going 2 down to Black Squid Inkburger. We were a little bit worried there, you know, could have been a very different set, and then they come back and win the next 3 games in a row. They're definitely setting themselves up to be a force to be reckoned with, as they're going to be getting into their lobby here shortly for grand finals against Corinthia.
I do believe we have some time to maybe take a little bit of a break. So we'll go ahead and take a little bit of a break. Don't go anywhere. Hold on to your seats, folks. Maybe grab a snack, a drink, whatever it is that you need. But come on back and join us for finals on From the Ink Up Week 31. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We're getting ready for grand finals here. We just saw an amazing matchup of Ink Drinkers versus Black Squid Ink Burger in semifinals, and now we're gonna be joined here once again. We have Corencia versus Ink Drinkers coming into this amazing matchup. We just ended on Manta Maria there. We're going to be starting on Manta Maria again, but this time on Splat Zone. Saf, tell me a little bit about this.
Well, Toma, 2 words. Double zones, comma, baby. I mean, I'm a big fan of double zone maps, and Manta Maria is no stranger to that. I mean, we said it before on the Flounder Heights game, you need to be making sure that your zone is what is covered first before you really try to move in and take that second zone. But I think with a map more like Flounder, that is easier to do because that zone is closer to your spawning area versus in Manta Maria, these zones are so close together. And I mean, even when you're coming out of the spawn area, you can come up over the bunker area and get into the zone. You can go around the street and get there as well. I mean, so it can really, this map mode can really go either way, and it can be really difficult to try to combat here. But right now, we're just gonna go ahead and get started into this first game here, and you can see a similar comp coming out for Ink Drinkers as it was before on the Clam Blitz game. But on the side of Corencia, you have a double splash comp with that Stamper and that machine coming out as well. So a lot of aggression coming out for Corencia.
Absolutely, but Ink Drinker is gonna go ahead and take that early first cap of both zones. 2 down now on the side of Corencia, but you already see the Stamper behind Bullcup. Do they know? Pyro finding a pick to one of the members of Ink Drinkers before being forced back by Bullcup up here on this, but Pyro is able to find the pick onto Bullcup as well. Now the Stamper, that's going to be a triple plus an assist. That's going to be a great play. That's going to give Corencia control of both of these zones now.
Oh my goodness, Toma. Pyro was just having a field day with that flank there, and they did not know. They did not know that they were there, allowing them to get the triple there now with Corencia having this zone into their possession now with one member down on the side of Ink Drinkers and respawning. That is the Zipcaster sound that I just heard going into a trade. Pyro getting a trade there. Organic Ink trying to find their way back out into this map, throwing some chumps out there with the Booyah Bomb to follow up as well, taking that zone back into Ink Drinkers' possession. But you have Mint set up here with the Crab right now, trying to clear some space into the zone area of Corencia at this moment. But Ink Drinkers having a lot of their members being up right now. They are going to take this zone into their possession, taking away their penalty at this moment. They just need 10 more seconds in order to get caught up with the lead.
They sure do, but it looks like Ink Drinkers is going to hold this zone and not allow Corencia to be able to stop that. And that's going to be the lead switch over to Ink Drinkers once again. But Pyro already set up in this good position. You've got the Zipcaster coming in. It's going to connect with Bullcup. Gonna try to find the pick onto the in-zap there. Doesn't quite find it, but is going to be able to cap both of these zones. Corencia is going to be able to start working through their penalty once again, as now Ink Drinkers is going to have to find their way back into mid. And you see a lot of purple here threatening Ink Drinkers re-entry. Corencia has a lot of pressure. They've already been able to take down 2 members of Ink Drinkers who have been trying to re-enter, now finding a third pick there onto Bullkelp, and it looks like this may be their opportunity to take the lead back once again. The Tri-Strikes do come out to try to stop that, but to no avail, and that Stamper is going to Zipcast and doing what it can to try to take out members of Ink Drinkers, but isn't able to find any picks in that moment, being able to go down, stalls them just a little bit to get a few more points onto the board. But now with these chumps coming out, it looks like Ink Drinkers is set up to make a push here. The crowd tank from Mint, though, gonna stall that as long as they can, able to neutralize the zone that Ink Drinkers was about to cap. And 2 down now. Mint going to be moving behind to see these picks that they can get, but goes down. But now this is Corencia still holding control of these zone staff.
Yeah, and they had 2 specials online there for a second. Toma now having the Booyah Bomb online, but Ink Drinkers is going to try to break their way back in through with 3 members of Corencia going down, and now the control is back into Ink Drinkers' favor. 30-second penalty here to try to break through on this 40-second 46-second mark here at this moment with a minute and a half left remaining into this game. Bullkelp once again being set up on that mass area. It's a good spot for a Splatling player to be in, especially if you have the range. But Pyro coming in once again with that Zip caster as well. Booyah coming out though for the side of Ink Drinkers to maintain their control. Pyro not quite finding the pick I think that they were looking for, but definitely applying a lot of pressure here. But now with Ink Drinkers having their penalty completely taken away from them, two members on the side of Carencia now being down, and they're gonna just tick away and eat these points off of their clock as fast as possible. You can see Pyro though is on the flank at this moment, trying to look for the picks that they can, and Ink Drinkers is still gonna keep fighting to maintain these zones in their possession, and that is going to help them right there, having Pyro die on the zone at that moment there, and there's a fight for that right zone. We're looking for the left zone. Robin is going to take control here, and the lead is going to go ahead and switch back into Carencia's favor, into the 17. Carencia is fighting to try to take this zone out of their possession. They've done it a few times, but Ink Drinkers is not going to let it happen. Now with 3 seconds left on their counter, both zones still almost in possession of Ink Drinkers at this moment. Carencia is fighting for their lives here to try to get some more points on that board, but Ink Drinkers is going to take the first game.
Oh my goodness, Saf, so back and forth, that zone flipping so many times, and great plays out of both sides. You saw that Stamper making insane flank plays. You saw them using that Zipcaster time and time again, getting those zones for Carencia. Meanwhile, on the side of Ink Drinkers, you just saw excellent zoning, excellent spacing being held, great uses of their tri-strikes and of their Splatling to force members of Carencia back, and just barely at the end there, you know, they were able to edge that out and just hold it long enough to get that KO, and that's got to feel good. You've just come off of an amazing reverse sweep, and now you've taken game 1 here in grand finals. All of those momentum just piling forward in Ink Drinkers' favor right now.
Absolutely, and you can tell that they are feeling it. But Toma, Ink Drinkers, there is one issue I think with Ink Drinkers that they need to look out for, and their name is Pyro. Oh my goodness, the amount of flanking that Pyro was able to do with that Zipcaster, I mean, multiple times they were able to get into Bullkelp's face and take them out. And not only just Bullkelp, but there was a couple times where they were able to get in the middle of 3 of them, 3 members of Ink Drinkers, and take their attention completely off of that zone. All 3 of them, not just 1, not 2, but 3 of them diverting their attention away from that zone. And especially in a game like Splat Zones, like, every second counts, because if you divert your attention away from the objective, it could be all over for you. It could snowball so quickly. And so I think Ink Drinkers going into this next game, they really need to be cautious of where Pyro is going to be if they are going to keep bringing out that Stamper and bringing in that aggression with them. On tower control Mako Mart as well, there's a lot of places for Pyro to be able to attach themselves on this map, Toma. I mean, there's so many high points and so many little walls and things for them to attach to, and especially if Bullkelp is going to be bringing out that backline once again, as we've been seeing time and time again, they got to be looking out, I think, for Pyro to be coming into this map here. I mean, they were just relentless with that Zipcaster, so they got to be careful, I think, going into this next one. And it looks like our battle is actually going to be getting started here. Finally, we're going to see tower control on Mako Mart here, with both teams coming out into this game at this moment. You have Bullkelp once again bringing out that heavy Splatling, and there it is, the same comp being run by Carencia, but you also have Pyro on that Stamper. You need to be watching out for those flanks that Pyro is going to bring, and especially having a double crab composition here coming out from Carencia. You need to be watching these stack as well. These stacks positions are so important, and especially when you have a crab, not 1 but 2 of them, the stacks can be so crucial with trying to find your footing and to take a lot of space for yourself.
Yes, they can be, and you've got those strikes out in excellent position. And now all this ink coming around Geo trying to sneak up behind Ink Drinkers, but Ink Drinkers doing a great job of just forcing Carencia out of that area. The crab tank killed, and mid goes down as Ink Drinkers just going to continue to plow forward here. The Booyah bomb out, the Stamper tries to find the pick onto the Booyah, not quite able to find it, and now these Tri-Strikes trying to clear some more space. The Zipcaster coming out, maybe in a little bit of a panic. They're trying to see what they can do. They do find a trade on to Ink Drinkers, though. 2-2, that first checkpoint has fallen for Ink Drinkers, so they're going to be able to push past it next time without having to wait. But 70 definitely not a super strong first push, but that first checkpoint falling is going to be great for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting that first checkpoint in their pocket is going to be super good here for Carencia. And now with 3 members of Ink Drinkers kind of huddled in on that left side there, I mean, Geo providing some pressure coming in. You have Court too on that crab as well, kind of pushing into the front area of where that stack area is. But Zara is not going to be afraid of that crab. They're going to take them out, but then unfortunately going down themselves, kind of just one after the other in that mid area there. You have 2 down on each side with this tower right now into Carencia's possession here. We're just sailing to this second checkpoint at this moment, but there is ink flying everywhere right now, Toma. I mean, I would be a little bit worried right now if I was Carencia, especially because that was the soft wipe happening for them. Now this tower moving back with Ink Drinkers.
Yep, and those soft wipes can be a very, very scary thing to happen, especially in tower control, as this thing can kind of just roll forward, and if you got the space claimed, it can be hard to contest it. The Stamper over there in the corner trying to get some space to move forward, but these members of Ink Drinkers doing what they can. The Tri-Strike's coming out, but it isn't quite able to flush Carencia out enough to be able to stop them from contesting that tower and putting an end to Ink Drinkers' push early. Then here on this crab tank now in a great position to create some forward pressure into the base of Ink Drinkers. You got these burst bombs coming out from them, as well as this tower is rounding this corner, and this is just kind of a scary place where a lot of momentum goes onto that tower, and it can be pretty hard to stop. The Booyah Bomb is going to force the members of Ink Drinkers off real fast there as they tried to stop Carencia's push, but 2 down now. You can see on the side of Ink Drinkers, it's going to be a scary situation. You've got to force them off, but you can't be too hasty in it. You've got to make sure that you're not going to feed into stopping the push.
Yeah, definitely, and I think Ink Drinkers definitely did a good job of that there. I mean, Bulk helped back themselves away a little bit, not only just kind of putting some spray down to try to get some ink on the ground for themselves, but also just peeking around that corner to make sure that there maybe wasn't a flank happening. And I feel that they were comfortable to do that, especially with Carencia having 2 members down. But now with 3 members down on the side of Ink Drinkers and Carencia having now 2 specials in their possession at this moment, pushing this tower forward, I mean, Ink Drinkers really need to be watching themselves coming out of this spawn area. And once again, you have Pyro on the flank watching that top spawn area as well, getting a lot of poking damage done for the side of Ink Drinkers. But the Tri-Strikes coming out to not only displace that crab, but taking Pyro out in the process as well. The tower is still being pushed though by Carencia to 29 points. You have 1 member left on the side of Carencia that is still alive and kicking. Mint there backing up and re-pushing in with their team at this moment. Ink Drinkers having 55 seconds left in this game to try to make something happen, Toma.
Definitely, and they popped those specials, but you know, the tower is still not necessarily in their control, and that's going to be the full wipe. Those specials coming out maybe just a little bit too early, and now with 40 seconds remaining, this is a dangerous situation to be in. Look at all this purple here on the ground. Pyro here on a great shark going for this flank here. You've got to keep eyes on Pyro. If you're Ink Drinkers, time and time again, Pyro has been the huge thorn in Ink Drinkers' side, getting these great picks, zipping and causing all sorts of mayhem. But now this crab tank from Court there, getting a great pick as well. 2 down, and it looks like it may very soon be 3 down there as Bulkelp is taken off the tower. Just 7 seconds remaining. It looks like Carencia is going to be able to wrap this one up and tie up this set 1-1.
Yeah, a good look for Carencia as well. I mean, they took that, they just kept riding the tower even into a dangerous situation. I mean, especially after that second checkpoint area where there's that little street area behind the stack. I mean, they just kept pushing the tower as far as they wanted to take it, and they got it down to a pretty sizable lead to where Ink Drinkers was unable to match that. And I think, especially with having the aggression that Carencia has in their pockets with that double crab and having Pyro being able to zip cast around that map, I mean, it made it difficult for Ink Drinkers to try to get that tower in their possession and to keep it moving. And so I mean, that was just well played by Carencia. I think the map mode definitely was in their favor with the comp that they were running, for sure.
Oh, absolutely. You know, and that's such a good map for, you know, non-shooters. I think that the Stamper there could use it so well to kind of just poke over those ledges, have really great zips, get nice flanks as well. It's one of those maps that plays really well into those weapons that can kind of camp ledges and play very, very aggressively. But that being said, you know, looking at this next map that we're going to be going into, Rainmaker on Scorch Gorge is definitely going to be a more open map. One where maybe having that kind of like roller, that Stamper pressure isn't necessarily as valuable as having something with more range. You know, I'm sure that we may be seeing Bullkelp coming out again on the signature Hydra or an E-Leader, or something that can really provide the pressure that Ink Drinkers is going to need to just zone out the members of Carencia. But with that too, you know, you got to be careful, especially with E-Leader. With that Stamper that we know that Pyro likes to play, Zipcaster can create very dangerous situations for them. But, you know, going Splatling, going to that signature Bullkelp Hydra, Hydra and other Splatlings do a really good job of mowing down those aggressive comps and holding that space. You see a Zipcaster coming towards you. Okay, what are they going to do when they land and I've got my full charge ready to unload onto them? It's much better at dealing with that kind of hyper aggression.
Yeah, and but one thing for certain, Toma, I think, is Carencia is not afraid to make their statement and make their presence known with the comps that they've been running. I mean, and I think that that could be a really big advantage for Bullkelp, and like we said, having such an open map, because if they're not willing to shark and to try to maybe conceal their presence a little bit more, Bullkelp's gonna have a field day with this one and being able to get the picks where they want to. But actually, Bullkelp is gonna hold on to this heavy Splatling, which I don't think is a bad pick either necessarily, especially because, as we saw before, Ink Drinkers is able to run Rainmaker fast and far, and they're able to play really good defense if they are able to do that and set themselves up for that. And as I say that, Ink Drinkers is going to be the ones to get the initial pop here. And Carencia is actually having a comp change of their own. They're going to be running a double bucket while still maintaining that double splash composition. But Ink Drinkers now having the Rainmaker in their hands for this first bout here, trying to get into this corner, this right pedestal at this moment, but only getting it to the 91 mark, so not really much of a lead. Still definitely, arguably more of a neutral lead, especially like within the first 10 points. It's kind of a dicey spot to be, and it's a very easy to still take that. Pyro's going to go ahead and pick up this Rainmaker as they think that they are able to be safe to do that as well. You have Mint pushing up with this crap, pushing into that corner area, getting one pick and pressuring another at this moment. Now with 3 members in Ink Drinkers being down, Carencia now 2 members being down, 1 on the respawn. Carencia taking lead and taking checkpoint 1.
And this is where it can be dangerous, but Court accidentally taking a little bit of a spill off that platform, and 3 going down with that pop. Mint is going to be forced to back up, you know, a little bit of a misplay coming out there. But you know, only a minute and a half into this game, and there's plenty of time to make up for that. But you've got to be careful too, though, you know, if you kind of when you are in the situation where you break checkpoint first and you don't get any additional points, it can be kind of scary, because if they break that checkpoint and they're able to get pop, they're almost always going to be able to run it a little bit more, and that kind of gives, you know, the team who gets pop or second pop a little bit of a pseudo advantage as long as they can get pop after that check. So you've got to really make sure that you play it safe, hold your specials on that defense so that you can really flush them out of there.
Yeah, absolutely. And at this moment right now, we're still kind of in a neutral area. The Rainmaker is popped. No one's really picking up quite yet. I think we're just kind of looking for pits at this moment. It's a 3v3 situation at the moment. You have 2 going down by Court there now with completing it into the wipeout this moment. Carencia picking up the Rainmaker once again and running it back into that checkpoint area. You can see Ink Drinkers scrambling to respawn to get back up onto that platform and to make sure that they maintain their base area at this moment. Now another 1v1 situation you have, or 3v3 situation with 1v1 going down. Pyro holding on to this Rainmaker, just kind of firing in to no man's land at this moment, knowing that there's picks to be had over there, pushing this Rainmaker still just behind the 68 mark at this moment, but they're going to be able to pick it up once again and get the pop again to not only get 1 point. You can see Mint trying to get into this spawning area, but Ink Drinkers is just making it hard for them. Ink Drinkers still able to bring out a lot of defense into this Rainmaker game, Toma. I mean, I think that Rainmaker is their defensive game.
I would totally agree with that, Sap. And they held that really well considering the situation that they were in, only extending a lead from 68 to 60. Not a big jump at all, and one that could easily flip if they're able to get that checkpoint in pop. But right now, they're going to be able to get the pop in mid, and it looks like Volcom kind of saw that Court that was there, but wasn't able to find the pick. Court eventually going down to this Booyah bomb as the members of Ink Drinkers take fights in mid, but time after time right now, those fights are going in favor of Corencia. You see Gio there going across that area, trying to just create as much pressure as they can into the base of Ink Drinkers as they want to be able to push this further. They're going to be pushing up. It looks like those left side grades while Court is here on this crab tank, and Pyro can finally do what they needed to do, which was just hold forward and get points on the board. And that Sap is how you play Scorch Forge. You wait for the right opportunity, you just hold forward. It's so hard to be able to get a dunk on this map. You just need to get as many points as possible, and that's how you see a lot of players do it. As soon as the opportunity presents itself, you just run as far as fast as you can. And it looks like this Rainmaker pop is going to be delayed just a little bit here on the side of Corencia as they're waiting to try to get in. You've got this crab tank from Court that's going to be ready to try to end this as this match comes to 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and right now, too, Ink Drinkers just struggling to hold on to this Rainmaker and unfortunately just not able to take it as far as they want to. Corencia gonna go ahead and take this game 3. I mean, Toma, we were kind of just chatting about it a little bit during this game. I think with Ink Drinkers, with Rainmaker, I think their goal is to just bank as many points as they possibly can and then play the defense game for as long as they are able to. And I just don't think that Corencia was giving them any sort of opportunity to really set that up for themselves. And Corencia was able to not only provide themselves a lot of space and aggression, but they were able to take that Rainmaker forward and hold forward as soon as they were able to get that opportunity for themselves. And so Ink Drinkers just not able to, I think, play the defensive game that they wanted to because they had to play offensive and defensive at the same time against Corencia here. So, I mean, well played, Corencia.
Absolutely. Now we're in that match point situation again. We saw Ink Drinkers here. Not quite, the same situation in semis. They do have an extra game now that they've already gotten onto. Well, we know that they're not the team that's just gonna call it over at this point. They are here, and they're here to win, Saf. We're getting ready to go into Clam Blitz on Inkblot Art Academy. And that, Saf, those Clams Gleams were the ones that made it or broke it on that last set. They were super intense, high kill, high intensity, but low scoring games as both these teams were just able to trade wipes time after time again. And now we've got to see how are they going to handle Corencia on this. They haven't seen Corencia play Clams yet. They don't know what kind of game that Corencia has in store for them. But Corencia had all that downtime kind of after their semifinals match, maybe got to see a little bit of a taste of what Ink Drinkers had in store for them. So what is the key here? What do you think we can do on this map? What does Ink Drinkers need to do to stay alive?
That you gotta be really cautious, I think, of that front ramp area, and I think in front of basket, and I think especially with this double crab comp that Corencia keeps running, you gotta be really cautious of where they're gonna set up with those crabs, whether it's gonna be on that plat or if they're gonna maybe try to find themselves onto the stacks with those crabs as well. I mean, Ink Drinkers really needs to watch themselves here. They need to be really cautious of where they want to set up those crabs, and it looks like Ink Drinkers is actually going to be bringing out a crab of their own, as well as maintaining that other splash with the ink strikes coming out from Robin. and you have Bullkelp now switching over to the Hydra Splatling. So we have a double Booyah Bomb in their pockets as well. So double Crab, double Booyah. There's 3 Crabs in this game right now, and there's already a Crab online for the side of Ink Drinkers at this moment. And going into the neutral game right away here, this way coming out from Robin, they needed a little bit of help there, and they were able to take them out and force that member of Carencia into a 2v1 situation, which we've seen time and time again. Ink Drinkers has actually been very good at doing this, and they were about to do it right here. Even though one of them went down, they were able to take court in the process as well. So if Ink Drinkers, I think, is still able to corner the members of Carencia into those 1v1 scenarios where it counts, we could be sitting good here.
Yes, they can, and we see the crabs, crabs coming out time and time again. Crab battles, this is what we've been used to in this Splatoon meta. Now we see that all this paint is going in favor of Carencia right now. Mint able to create a power clam underneath that basket, able to get the break onto it, but it looks like they don't really have too much to follow up on it. Pyro gonna go in and try to find just, a single more clam, but was taken out by Bullkelp there. Bullkelp gonna pick up this pity clam and see what Ink Drinkers can cook up on a response.
Yeah, and you could see Court there was trying to get set up with their crab, but Zara was like, hey man, we're not gonna let you do that. Not gonna let you do that, Court! And they're gonna throw their Booyah Bomb to push them out of the way there. Tri-Strike is gonna come out in front of this ramp area, trying to push the members of Carencia around a little bit to try to displace as best as they can. And now you have Organic Ink responding with a crab of their own, trying to fire into that platform area, but unfortunately not getting any picks, I think, like they were maybe hoping for there, but who knows, they also could have just been trying to clear some space for themselves. Now with Court throwing out of this way with 2 members down on Ink Drinkers, I think they got a little bit ahead of themselves there trying to push into this plat area, because Ink Drinkers is once again playing an excellent defensive game. They're not letting the members of Carencia into this platform easily.
Absolutely, they've got a strong defense, and part of that too, they've got great weapons for that. They've got that Hydra who can really just zone the pressure well. They've got these fizzy bombs from this machine who can apply so much additional pressure in the ship from the splashes, but that's not going to stop Mint from seeking up that side once again, finding the break to basket, able to extend their lead to 70. But now all this paint going in favor of Ink Drinkers. The Booyah Bomb gonna come out from Bullkelp as they're gonna be able to clear their way into that basket area. But 2 go down there, not able to find the connection. The power clams look like they are gonna be breaking there, and that's what could have been a lead change defended by a crab tank.
Yeah, and I think too with that Booyah Bomb providing some cover, it's looked to me like they were just shooting into that Booyah Bomb. So although it was providing a little bit of coverage and clearing the space in front of basket there, I don't think it was quite giving the effect that Bullkelp wanted for their teammates to be able to break in there and try to get those clams in. Unfortunately, both of them getting taken out before they could get close enough to make that throw, or maybe they were about to make the throw like mid-throw and they were just taken out, which is also an unfortunate scenario. Tends to happen a lot in this game. Zara trying to Booyah as quickly as possible, but unfortunately with 3 members shooting at you, it's just not going to be quite possible there. Carencia now having 2 crab tanks in mid at this moment, firing into this platform area of Ink Drinkers. Ink Drinkers, though, once again, maintaining their lives on that platform, though, especially with 2 crabs shooting at them. I mean, that's impressive, Toma, to not only be able to move around quickly enough while there's a lot of ink coming at you, but I mean 2 crabs shooting at you with the longer range strikes and also the Gatling gun strikes. I mean, it can be quite scary. But now with 2 members down on the side of Carencia, Ink Drinkers here gonna save this power clam. Organic gonna try to save it, but unfortunately just 2 members going down on that platform area. Ink Drinkers is unable to find their footing in this one, Toma.
They sure are. And they need to find the clams to make a power now. They kept using their pity clam in those pushes to try to take the lead, but now they're left without a power with just 27 seconds remaining. Without that, they're not going to even be able to take this to overtime. Pyro gonna sneak in there and get a basket opening. Court now with the crab tank coming out onto that in an excellent position to continue pressure onto their plat. They don't even really need to extend their lead here. They just need to hold for as long as they can and deny Ink Drinkers the opportunity to make a power clam. But why not add more clams if you can? Just the sled machine up, and that is going to be Carencia sealing the deal here in Grand Finals. Corinthia is a team that we've seen make run after run here in from the Ink Up, and they've always been super strong performers, and this time is exactly what they needed. It was all in the cards. Congratulations to Corinthia. They are going to be your Week 31 from the Ink Up champions.
Yeah, excellent gameplay from Corinthia. I mean, all 3 games, Toma, they brought their A game and it was just incredible. I mean, from that Manta game having trouble with Pyro making those zip casting flanks to this Clam Blitz game with just relentless pressure. I mean, constantly having a Power Clam in their possession to get into that basket, as Ink Drinkers would have multiple Power Clams to try to get into that basket area and just unable to make the proper throws that they needed to. But I mean, also congratulations to Ink Drinkers as well for making it this far. I mean, a reverse sweep happening in semifinals was incredible to get to watch and have on stream, and then also making it here, because you're in second place in this Grand Finals, which is still quite a feat to be had. And so, I mean, congratulations to Ink Drinkers also for making it this far, but congratulations to Corinthia for taking the crown in this Week 31.
Absolutely, and that's going to be wrapping it up here for us tonight. But a few things before we go. Once again, this has been from the Ink Up. We are a bi-weekly low-level tournament. If you're interested in competing, you can find all of our information in our Discord on how to sign and how to play in Week 32. My name is Toma. I have been one of your commentators on the mic here. You can find me at Crest of Gautier on Twitter or ttoma_. Saf, where can the amazing people find you?
You can find me on Twitter as well at Safirea. That's 2 P's, 2 A's at Safirea on Twitter. Or you can find me around the Twitchverse at twitch.tv/Safirea. I'm around these tournament scene parts. So if you see me in chat, hey, say hello. Would love to talk to you. Thank you all so much for being here with us this evening. And it's always a pleasure to be sharing this microphone with you, Toma.
Absolutely. Thank you all for tuning in with us tonight, and congratulations once again to Corinthia, our Week 31 champions, and we hope you all will join us here for Week 32.